We're gonna work on Bryan. He only has 115 moves, so it shouldn't take that long. We're gonna skip past all the heat stuff. Alright. So, Bryan is a character that was specifically designed to be good if you're great with fundamentals. He's fundamental based. So, everyone has cheese, of course. But Bryan's one of the harder characters to play in the game because he requires execution. At least that's what they say. And a lot of his moves have counter hit properties that if they are counter hit, you know, you get a launcher, you get a combo for it. So essentially you're incentivized to wait and see people's timings and then, you know, interrupt them. You know what I mean? Like, the whole point is to figure out when they're gonna press, counter hit them, collect your free launcher. Alright. So, essentially, that's what we're going to be going through when we're looking for this. I forgot to skip past all of the heat stuff. Of course, we have the basic jab section that we have to get through. Basic jabs, yeah. They're gonna be +8. Of course, they're gonna be +8 on block. I mean, +8 on hits. On block, they're still safe, of course, but it's -3. These are both highs. You can quickly beat up these. We have an extension. So we have 1, 2, 1. And I'm guessing, let's say we turn off the... You're +6 in the last hit. Alright. So what I'm going to do is farm. There. So I just put on punishment, and after I hit twice, Nina's gonna respond. But because Bryan is designed to be a counter hit character, you could guess the third hit of 1, 2, 1 is a counter hit launcher. We also have 1, 2, 3, which may not be a counter hit launcher because it's +14 and it doesn't change our stance. So it knocks down if they interrupt. That also has decent range. As you can see, I was back here when I did it. Alright, so we got this move, which is 1, 2, 4, which is a heat engager. Of course, if they press, they get hit with it. It says gain Snake Eyes on heat activation, and Snake Eyes is, let's see, we're gonna hide command history of display. You see that, like, shit, see that little, like, marker, that glowing marker up top underneath the heat bar? That is the Snake Eye. It's his own, like, special meter. It's the same thing as Claudio's, because Claudio has a meter. Some of the characters have different type of like a resource that is very specific to them and their moves. I'm not sure if Bryan had this in, you know, Tekken 7. I'm assuming that it's brand new, that it actually isn't something that was introduced before. Because, I don't know, it feels like a modern thing to do, even though that isn't even true. Like, characters have had resources for years. In fact, you can remember, like, way back in the day when they were first designing characters, that they would give them their own resource. Like, I remember there was an old Guilty Gear game where Ava, her entire health bar was her resource. Right? So, like, resource has been around for a while. I'm just gonna take the hunch to assume that this is new. Is it ignorant to say? Probably. Am I most likely wrong? Sure. So let's see. Again, we don't really have to talk about frame data right now because it's all from a tip job. If anything, if you wanted to see, we would do standing punish, stand block. In fact, we'll do block, and then rewind it to here. So first hit's gonna hit, but if I keep punching, nothing happens, right? So let's see. You get everything except the last hit, but if it's a counter hit, the string becomes true. Alright, so we move on to 1, 2, 3. Everything except the last hit, but if you counter hit, the string becomes true. And same thing for 1, 2, 4. The counter hit makes it true. This is gonna be a common thing with like a lot of characters in the game, where the counter hit makes it safe. I mean, the counter hit makes the string true, but also you could just whiff the first hit and then hit the second, and then that will make it true. Because you're only guaranteed 2 hits. Then there's this out the gate already. It's called Liar's Dance. We got 1, 4, 2, 1. Yeah, this is rough. I'm not gonna lie. You can't see this, but the reason I'm dropping some of this is because you have to be tight with the inputs. Like, if you aren't doing it fast enough, it won't come out. Now, you can see that there's the notes at the bottom. It says if you do 1, 4, 2, forward 1, it cancels the third hit. If you do 1, 4, 2, 1 down or up, it cancels and sidesteps. But if you do 1, 4, 2, 1, hold forward, it shifts to a stance called slither step. So we're gonna try at least some of them out. So 1, 4, 2, 1, that you hold forward. So I'm doing the other one. And then we'll try doing the side step. Okay. And then of course, let's do the slither step one. That was the slither step. I'm guessing this is slither step because it looked like a crouch dash, which the command for that is always down, down, forward, forward. Like, it's always a quarter circle. We have 1424. I'm actually genuinely confused by this. So even on counter hit, it's not guaranteed. But I need to see. We're gonna turn off block all and just let the string rip. So obviously it launches, but let's see if it wall crushes. Yeah, it does. We're gonna turn on stand block. $43? Why 43? So we're gonna program the bot to interrupt after the third hit. So you can interrupt this after the third hit. The question is, what can you use to interrupt? I know Rage Art may seem like obvious, but sometimes there's like, how can I put this? Sometimes when someone's pressuring you, they're doing strings that there isn't a big enough gap to Rage Art, and if you try, you die. Like that. Oh. Never mind.
Die in silence.
So you can get Rage Arted out of it. I have no clue what the frame data is like for that, but we're gonna do it anyway. Nope, gets launched for it. Alright, so next one I'm gonna do is Heat Burst, because when you're airborne and someone hits you with Heat Burst, it lands you, and Bryan jumps into the air when he does this. See? So when a Bryan is doing that, you can interrupt with a Heat Burst. Now there's a subtext here that says if you hold forward after the third hit, so it's like if you do 1, forward, 2, forward, 4, it cancels the third hit. Maybe I'm doing it wrong? Let's try it over here. So I'm guessing that third hit is this backhand. Oh, I see. So instead of doing the jump, so this is supposed to be safer. It doesn't allow you to interrupt. So any Bryan at like my level is going to basically go for the full string if he can, because it's actually harder to not do the third hit than it would be to just do it regular. Alright, we're gonna turn punishment off. Okay, this is already too much. So we got 1-4-2-1-4. So the key is just to press the buttons. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you just press the buttons, they come out. But you have to have no hesitation. Like, you have to have no hesitation at all. Yeah, and it's the same notation as before, where you can go into the slither stance, you can cancel the third hit, or you can be a sidestep. Which, honestly, not gonna lie, I don't know. It is good, this move. I like this because there's so many hits that the person, if they're impatient, just thinks, oh, it's my turn, and then they just get hit and die. I can guarantee this has happened to me, where I thought, oh, it's my turn, and just die. Gotta remember, this is all off the one, so this is all starting with a 10 frame jab. And even though it's not all guaranteed, let's see, standing, stand block, or block wall. So it looks like even on counter hit, this first move doesn't guarantee. So let's say, I guess it doesn't actually matter. So we're gonna do, so the first two lock. And the last hit doesn't launch. So this is just be something that you would throw out, I'm assuming. Let's turn it off and see. So it's safe on block. And it's enough hits to be annoying. That might be a high. Let's have him crouch and block. So you actually can duck this, you just have to crouch it at a specific point. If I could do these inputs. I'm just actually bad with this right now. There we go. So it's, the first two hits jail, so you can't crouch it. And if you crouch at the wrong time, you just get hit by a mid, but the last hit is a low. In fact, what we're gonna do is quick select. Gotta find Bryan. I wanna train myself while I'm here.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay. We are. Yeah, this all looks the same. I'm not gonna lie. This is the reason why we read names. All right. So you can hold down on this. So you get hit by the first two, right? And then you get hit by the third kick, but you're still able to duck the last part. So if the person is just doing the full string, you're able to just launch them regardless. The question is, if I gotta make sure he keeps blocking. Okay. I were to do, it's still safe. So somebody's definitely gonna be like, oh, let's just do the full thing. While this one is technically punishable. So as long as you keep punishing them when they only do the three, like you hit them with a jab every time, then you should be fine. Because there's no counter hit launching aspect to this. I mean, because there's no counter hit like aspect of this, it should be fine. So as you can see, he didn't get launched when he got hit with it. So that means you can eat this for free. This is one of the the worst strings. Because essentially what's happening is that Bryan is putting his life at risk for nothing. Because it looks like he's throwing out a lot of hits that could kill you. But it's just minor damage. It doesn't launch you. And there's only one mid. And that mid doesn't stun lock you. So you can immediately eat the mid. You can immediately eat the mid and then start doing things. Right? So if you're going across this move, just crouch. Just eat the mid. Because he can't do shit about it. And if they're only doing the first three, you can get a guaranteed jab. And the question is oh, how can I see, or how would I be able to do anything about that? Because it's only 10. I'll be sitting there visually waiting to see, oh, is he gonna do the third? Well, one, it would be much more of a thing of habit and repetition. You notice that he keeps finishing the string, and that's unsafe. Two, you're not losing anything because he's not killing you if he just doesn't do it. Alright, and you're like, oh, I'm taking free damage. And the one time he does do a full string, he's cooked. And the thing is, if you do this too many times and you notice he's only doing the regular, then stop. Because he's not doing anything. But after the third one, go ahead and press. So why is it counter hitting now? It's counter hit launching almost. right? It's knocking you down. So here's the deal. Since it's safe, right? Since 1433 is safe, they're going to be incentivized to pick that one because they can't be punished at all. And since it's a counter hit like knockdown, they're going to want to get the knockdown. They're going to want to do it. They're going to want to be able to do the last hit and have you press into it. So they're probably going to be doing a bunch of these, right? So once they do a bunch of those, a bunch of like 1, 4, 3, eventually they're going to do the full thing. So just know you need to duck. And if they don't do it, then you know, right? On top of that, let's say we turn it back on. See, like I'm getting counter hit against a bot. You still get to press one. You know what I mean? Like, you can just block the third hit and then crouch. Yeah, after the third hit, just crouch. Like, you don't have to risk your life the way I was showing you. You don't have to take that damage. I would do that because it'd be a lot simpler than worrying about, oh, timing it perfectly. Because in truth, I'd rather just eat the third hit, and then he's going to keep pressing, like, oh yeah, I got it, and then I'm just going to launch him. Yeah, enough of that. Let me make you stop. The side swap. There you go. So we got 1, 2. I mean, we got 2, 4. So you see how I'm pressing this and I'm failing? Because to do Bryan's moves, you have to press them very fast. With other characters, there's room where like you can just press them kind of leisurely, almost, what it feels in comparison to Bryan. While he has to press his like immediately. Like you're locking in what you're doing instantly. And if you're off by just a little bit, it doesn't come out. Well, 2, 4, I mean 2, 3. Man, I'm really bad at that. 2, 3 is not safe. It looks to be a high mid. It doesn't look unsafe, so you're probably not gonna get punished for it until someone labs and you're in the higher ranks. They're gonna see that and go, oh, okay, it's punishable. But at the same time, If they're even off mentally by a single frame, they don't get to punish, and you're safe. The question is, it jails, so it stops him from like pressing buttons to respond, so you can't counter hit him for this. What we're gonna do is turn off block really quickly. It is a counter hit launcher. No, a counter hit lock knockdown. That's the right way to say that. Gives you plus 16. I guess it's just there to be like jab, 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 and then you think he's gonna press buttons. We have, right, this is gonna be a paid. 3, 2, 1, 2. We're gonna make him block the whole thing without interrupting. I want to see how negative this is. It gives up your entire turn. You're -9. So the whole thing is safe. Like, first part is safe, obviously, because, well, this is... First part is safe because it's a jab. The second part isn't safe, but you're not going to stop there. Unless that is a high. No, it seems to be a mid. And I'm wondering how I make... Oh, there we go. Hit property display. So that's the middle. That's mid. So it's mid, mid, mid. It looks like a high, but it's not. It's all mids. It's all mids. You can't crouch that. And since the whole thing is safe, it's just a long string. Since the whole thing is mid, it's just a long string of checking if you're crouching. So, like, let's say, heat engage. We'll pretend like I just heat engaged. We're gonna come in and go, are you crouching? Are you crouching? Are you crouching? And it knocks him down if you do hit the last hits. Into a wall splat. Right. The question is... if he tries to interrupt, what happens? Alright. What about if he tries to interrupt later? Still goes flying. What about even later? Still goes flying. So it's about the same thing that happens. There's no like counter hit special situation that goes on. We have 1, 2. We have 3, 2, 1, 4. Which goes into a low, which actually is good. Having a low mix up is nice. Question is... so no, there's no counter hit launch to that. It's just normal. Except, hold on. If you block the low, it's only plus 11, so you can punish the last part of it, but you're not going to get much from it, so you might as well just low parry. So this last part here, being blocked, shows that the last hit, even though it is a low, on block, you get a guaranteed Raw Rising 4, but a Raw Rising 4 is basically nothing. So if you're going to defend against this string, why you jump back like that? If you're going to defend against the string, you're gonna have to low parry the last hit. And of course, you can always just not finish the string, but what I want to do is defense. We're gonna have him play it. Mid, alright. So you get a guaranteed punish and some frames that, like, you know, +5, so can't really jab you. But the thing is, you've done basically no damage to him. If I refresh the health, it's like, what was the point? Nothing really happened. I wasn't paying attention. See? You only lose like 15 health. If you duck too early, you actually can't block the low. Right? But if you were to low parry, then of course you get like a major combo. You get to do whatever you want, right? But this move wasn't made in the back game, right? It was made to be used with this. This is a mid check, and this is a mid into low. It's essentially to condition you to like just stand block this whole time, don't duck, and then force them to duck with this, because you're saying, hey, I want you to stand, and then you slip in a kick once they're used to the animation. And the question is, how like hard is it to spot? And if you guess wrong, you get knocked down into OP. So you can defend against this, but like it might be one of those things where it's almost like a fuzzy, where if the punch doesn't come out at this time, like, hold on, let me pause it. What I'm doing essentially is I'm looking for the leg, and I'm trying to almost do it late, so that if the punch comes out, it catches me before I can fully duck. But if the leg does come out, I'm able to be there in time to block it. This is the first time I've ever seen these moves, and I'm kind of defending it, kind of. It is rough, it is a tight spacing. Like there, I press down. Don't even, I'm not even gonna hold back. Fuck. Like, it is doable, don't get me wrong. I'm just not sure if I have the skill to keep doing it. I'm not gonna lie. So, let's do that. We have 1-1-2. I mean 3-3-2. Which is a launcher. Let's go. So if you try to interrupt, you get launched. Simple, right? And just for shits and giggles, we're going to set up a situation where we see if on counter hit this works. So as you can see, have him blocking after a couple hits. Right, blocks. We're gonna do 3-3-2. Only the first hit is guaranteed. But on counter hit, it's also not guaranteed. Okay. Another thing, it's completely safe. So you can use this to like control mid space, right? And then uppercut. And it's completely safe to test. If they try to interrupt you during this, they go flying, of course, but so let's see. We're gonna swap it out of this. And not set. Stand, block, punish. They get launched, right? It's 16 frames of startup, which is pretty quick. So you can just control the mid space with this, throwing it out, right? There's a different version with 3-3-4. So I'm a bit confused on. Oh yeah, we gotta go back. So I didn't realize when doing this that it was a high. Alright. I didn't realize that this was two highs. So it's a mid into two highs. The second kick is a high. So you could be unsure, but if you see that they're spamming this move, right, and you know that they do it often, the first kick you can just assume is going to be called by the second one. But if you want to confirm, you can just take both kicks and then duck the high into combo. Side swap. Alright. This is not hard at all. Problem is, if you try to interrupt, you get launched. If you try to get up early, apparently you get launched. I bet you can even... Yep. Now, none of these moves are made by themselves. They're made and balanced around all the other toolkits in the game. So you have 3-3-4, right? Which is middle, which is middle. Or actually it's middle, high, middle. So you could be ducking a high into another high, or you could be ducking a high into a middle. If the Bryan is any good and he's using these strings, he's going to immediately swap to the one that you aren't using, right? And what we're gonna do is turn this off. Of course it knocks you back. right? It knocks you back a pretty far distance too. So it goes from high. Oh, let's turn off the punishment. That's annoying. It goes from high. I mean, it goes from middle, high, high to middle, high, mid. So you're basically like waving this out there, like, hey, check this out, right? Into, yeah, you're dead for checking it out. Like, you're dead for crouching. And it's actually hilarious too, because you can run up and use this as a safe mid check off of a heat engager, right? And then do the second high to check them to make sure they don't do anything. And then proceed to, like, if they snap back into it, like, oh, I can duck this move, they'll try to duck it again and die. In fact, can you do that? Is the question. Right. So you do have the freedom to eat the first one and then hold down. But it gives you enough time to get back up. So remember, use 3-3, control mid space with this, completely safe. The only problem, the trade-off of like, oh, this is now a mid, is that it's unsafe now to finish the string. It's unsafe because you do 3-3-4, you're minus 12, and from this distance you can be jabbed. From this distance, a lot of things could happen. Yoshimitsu down back, down forward 4 reaches pretty well. So it's one of those things where you don't want to just randomly throw out 3-3-4 because you'll be negative 12, even though you're at good distance. Like, I don't say anyone. I think a lot of people can't punish this, so it might be free. It might be completely free to do this. Because who's going to have a punish that's 12 frames that reaches this far? The only time this is going to be a problem is if you have their back to the wall. Now you're barely outside of jab distance. Like, see, he jabs back. We're going to have it not do that, because that's what happens when you interrupt it. But after the third hit, see? Only when they're back against the wall does it actually, allow you to jab it. We got double spin tomahawk, which is 4-1-4. It says I can hold to power up and deal more chip damage on block. Okay, sure, I guess. What about when I'm in heat? Alright. I don't know. I didn't see like that much chip damage. If you can't see the bar, it didn't go that far. I mean, like, if you can't see the number, it didn't go down by that much. So there, it went from 180 to 177, which is only 3 chips. The gray, like the white number, is the gray health. So I don't know. This is... So it's a high middle. I'm not really seeing anything too interesting. Let's see what happens when it doesn't have it on block. Another knockdown situation, so yeah, nothing too interesting. Because it knocks down regardless. It's -12 on block, but unlike 3-3-4, it doesn't reset the distance. So you're basically -12 at jab, so they're going to at least get a jab. At the very least. Like, everyone has something to deal with this, like, being -12 at this range, or being +12 at this range. Everyone. We have 4-1-4-4, which is the safe version that looks exactly the same, except this one is lower. So this version has the kick landing higher, but who's going to spot the difference? And it's also a high too. So you can easily duck this, obviously, if you recognize the animation. And the point of this is to figure out which one's it's going to be. Whether it's going to be 4-1-4, or if it's going to be, you know, the safe version. Not that, for, you know what I mean? Because with this being safe, he's allowed to, like, throw hitboxes out. And if you try to interrupt, let's say, after the second hit, your fastest option, you get flung into the air. And, you know, you die. So, this is a counter hit launching move, right? Where you get to safely threaten that launcher. Like, you have to respect this. Except if you crouch. If you crouch, you know, if you crouch, it doesn't hit. And then you get to do, like, your punish. This move here is designed to stop crouching. This is made to go, no, you're not going to, like, duck and launch me. It's to have an answer to what happens if you, like, crouch and launch. Well, you'll throw this out. And since it wall splats, anyone who's on defense is basically putting themselves in a bad situation. Know what I mean? Like, they're putting themselves in a point where they could duck the next time you do and just see if it is the high. But if it isn't, then, you know, they die. The only other, like, the only downside or the counterplay to this decision is just let him do it. Because if he does the mid version, he's unsafe, and you get at least a jab. You get a guaranteed jab. For example, since I play Yoshimitsu, I get 1-1, I get 2-2, I get down forward too. Alright? 1-1 and 2-2 are great options. So I get those options no matter what. If he does the high version of 4-1, forward 4, he's safe. But, like, he's giving up his turn. So, sure, he didn't take damage, but at the same time, he didn't gain anything either. He was playing safe, waiting for me to press into him. But I'm not going to. And if I see that he's just consistently doing the high version over and over and over, then I'll start ducking and launching him. But I won't do it like the first time I see it, because you never know. Either way, you can't interrupt. Either way, you can't press into it. Or at least I think. I don't think you can. We have Snake Bite, which is 1 + 2, 1. Which is kind of hilarious. So, Snake Bite is 1 + 2, 1. This has a transition into a stance called Sway. It's a 17 frame tracking move that hits middle. So it's a tracking mid, 17 frames, that rolls you in with follow-ups. So he can check your movement and then proceed to immediately pressure you with the jab. So where are you going? Like, where are you going? And then, sure, I'm going to reset that +7 you got to a 1. So basically he can still take his turn. Because if he does anything... If he does anything like fast, or anything like you're too slow to deal with, you die. Anything evasive, you die. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be the right option. So resetting it back to 1, or let's say he does hit you and he's +6. He hits you again, he's +6 again. I'm not trying to make it seem like it's the best move in the game, but it is hilarious to have a tracking move that's usually used to like stop people from sidestepping aggressive moves. And then immediately followed up with, yeah, that advantage you got, nah, it's still my turn. Or not even it's still my turn, it's like it's a guess of who can do what. Like, we both can still play. And it's a mid too. Well, no, the follow-up's a high. So, me, defense. How? You know what I mean? So if you notice he's doing this a lot, you can duck. Now, if I had to guess, there's going to be a follow-up that goes mid instead of mid-high. Yep. So we got Snake Bite. Oh, wait, we haven't even like covered the sway shift thing. So we're going to do 1 + 2, 1, hold back to shift into sway, which removes all advantage. It just removes all advantage. But you still can get hit. So every option I just pressed out of sway lost to a jab. what I'm going to do is, there we go. So on block, this isn't as powerful, right? Because you're 0, meaning if you don't have anything faster than 10 frames, you're just gonna get, you just lose to a dab. That's why this here is strong, because you have the ability to, you know, also, you can't block out of this because sway is your, like, sway's there, you can't block. Oh, you can, never mind. Yeah, you just have to keep holding back. So in this scenario, what you want is for either the 1+2 to hit, so you're +6, or the 1+2 1 to hit. Because that way, it's a frame trap. Because you're +6, it makes all your other options beat out a 10 frame jab. You know what I mean? And to demonstrate again, on block, it is not beating the 10 frame because you're 0. So we have standing, block, blah blah, punish, and 2 or more. The next move, we have 1+2 2, which of course is the mid. It gives up your turn, so you're no longer, what's the word for it? You're not safe when you do this because it's 1+2 2. You leave them +14, meaning they can do whatever 14 frame move they want because you're close. Here's the deal. It doesn't enter people into crouch. Even though it looks like it does, it doesn't, because Bryan is still able to do his standing punish. Meaning, if you're fighting a Yoshimitsu, he gets a guaranteed back 2-2. And off that back 2-2, he gets a heat engager. And off that heat engager, he gets a 50-50. And off that 50-50, he gets the game. So, I want you to think very carefully about using this. Because sure, it's like, oh yeah, I eat like a 14 frame punisher, whatever. Like, I don't die. Like I've been saying this whole time, and every other one of these I've done, with heat being a thing, and people's heat, like, engagers being 14 frames, sometimes you just do. Raven, you also die. Have you seen optimized Raven combos? He's doing 90s. And no one cares because he's so like weak. Like, he has such difficulties in certain departments that he no one really cares if he does 90 damage on a combo. Even though they talk about the bears doing insanely high damage where they do 90 damage, right? The only reason people are bitching about Yoshimitsu having so much damage is because of the things he can do else around that. So it's not only Yoshimitsu that just kills people when he gets the combo. It's not. It's not only, like, Xiao Yu also has very high damage. Everyone has high damage. Everyone in the game is extremely high damage. 80 to 90s is very doable for most people. And if they get a free launch, you're also getting carried to the other side of the wall, where wall damage is also a factor. So everyone's going to murder you. I shouldn't say everyone. There's always exceptions to the rule, but I just know that like Raven and Yoshimitsu, if given the chance with someone who has the skill, you just die for doing this move while they have you. So you have to be ready for it. You have to have like it prepared mentally, because this is a hard knockdown into a combo, right? Like you do get a combo off of this. Back this. I have to be close enough to. All right. So then you get to launch them. Blah blah blah. You get your combo. If it's blocked and they have, they don't. Whether if they have the resource available in either state, active or inactive, you either eat a mix-up or you die. Let's put them back to blocking. We have 3 plus 4, which is 13 frames, but resets the distance. So who's punishing this? Because not even Yoshi is punishing this. No one is punishing this. Not a soul. No one. It's a 13 frame get off me button. I mean, not 13 frame. It's an 18 frame get off me button that leaves you negative 13. But like, unless I'm at the wall or your back is to the wall, you're not punishing this. Even if you are punishing this, it does reset his distance. So like, you're not. If anything, you're more likely to kind of hit yourself. So if we see, it just has to be fast enough, of course, but I'm trying to find a move that's fast enough to. Yeah, I just can't find anything. I just can't personally think of anyone who's able to reach far enough to punish him for doing this. So effectively, this is safe. Well, like effectively, this is a safe move. Is it incredibly linear? Most likely. Like if we have him sidewalk after a jab, you can definitely sidewalk this move, right? Of course, you have to time it correctly. Right, so let's see if you can sidewalk the other direction. See? I think this way is way safer than sidewalking the other way. So if if O'Brien is just spamming this, you can sidewalk it. You know what I mean? But you have to like sidewalk while he does it. Like you have to be prepared for him to like throw it out. Alright, we have 4, 2, 1, 4, and then on hit do 1 plus 2. And this gives you snake eyes. So is he blocking? Good. So that's the base part. It's not safe, but is the forward 2 part? Is that safe? Yeah. No. All of this is unsafe. We can get a punish off of all of this. And someone like Raven could since Raven has what's the word for it? His down forward one is 13 frames, and he gets a projectile. I think it does like 40 damage, right? So he can get a beefy punish off of this if you keep doing it. And then we need to turn this off. Alright, so the 1+2 gives him the snake eyes, which is a buff to his character. I'm not sure what it quite does, but I know it does something to... I know it is something to his character. It's some form of buff where a moves will be changed. It's like no sword stance for Yoshimitsu. When you have it, it changes the way your character essentially, I don't want to say behaves, but it changes the way your moves interact with the opponent. So this is one of those execution things where if you're throwing this out there, right, if you don't actually press the 1+2, then it doesn't, it doesn't activate. So you have to be ready to press it on time, or it just won't come out. And the thing is, it's -13 anyway, so you might as well, in all honesty, just do the full string, press the button, and then hold back. Because what are they gonna do? Like, no bullshit, no bullshit. What's really gonna happen if you don't finish, like, if you, like, you know what I mean? Like, what's really going to happen if you don't finish the string? No, like, you're already negative. They're already gonna get their punish. There's nothing you can do about that. You're not protecting yourself from any damage by not pressing the button. Right? Either it hits and you get the free activation, or it doesn't hit and you weren't going to activate it anyway, and also you're going to get hit anyway. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. Like, why not just press it here? If you don't hit, well, you're getting hit anyway. If you do hit, now you got snake eyes. And if you're worried about, like, doing it and then maybe the person isn't, like, mentally ready, or they don't know how to match up and they throw a punch late, just hold back when you're done. See? Just hold back. Because if it does hit, it activates snake eyes, immediately starts guarding, and he's all the way over here anyway. And if it doesn't, well, you're going to start blocking as soon as you can. We got knee strike. It is a 16 frame knee. It leaves you +4. Nothing too interesting. On key charge though, counter hit and knocks down for combo. So you can use this to frame trap because it's 16, right? So to beat anything, I don't know. Let's say I don't know. I'm trying to think. It's definitely can be used as a frame trap. I just don't know enough Bryan moves to be able to tell you the exact way. So, just for example, Bryan has a move that forces you to crouch, right? Of course, the fastest thing you can do from crouch is 11 frames. If you somehow were to become, I don't know, let's say +6, that means the fastest they can respond is 17 frames. This knee is 17 frames. So you would most likely trade, right? And if it's a counter hit move, it's most likely going to cause them to, like, go down and you get the combo anyway, right? So for this move to be 16 here, I don't know why it was 17 frames before. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe it's the counter hit. So when it hits, I don't know. It bounces between 17 and 16. But let's just say it's 16 for convenience. The fastest they can respond off of a situation of like you hitting this is 16 frames, right? This knee would trade. Let's say you would be able to force them into like that crouching position because of the one Bryan move that forces crouch, right? You could just do this knee. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Counter hit launcher, and then you get a full combo. So when I find what it is, there it is. Back one. This move gives me +7. Meaning the fastest they can respond is 18 frames. Meaning regardless of what they do, I can always respond faster with this knee than they can with anything. To prove this, we're going to... Alright. See? So he's going to respond with the Row Rising. And that's on hit. Let's see what it is on block. On block, you're +4. Alright, stand. So on hit, forces crouch, right? What you're gonna want to do is hit this to +7. It beats them because the fastest they can respond is 18 frames. Alright. And then you get like a full combo, obviously. So let's pretend we just got our combo. We did our thing. They have to get up. You get to do Oki, right? You get to do all that over again. But if you just, you know, wait. With punish, with back one, you get to do it again. And if they don't learn, you get another free combo and they die. It's one of those situations where, what are they going to do? Because you can... Hold on. Like, you hit him with the knee. If I can get it to stop doing that, right? It leaves you +4. You can jab. Now you're +8. The fastest thing they can do while like when they're already standing, is now 18 frames. Meaning you can do the knee again. So it's a situation where if they don't respect you at all, like we have punish, yeah. If they don't respect you, then you essentially just get to bully them. You know what I mean? In fact, if you hit a jab, they have to respect you because they just die if they don't. It's even worse if you were to get something that like forces crouch, right? Like that. Because they're going to be trying to get up to spam a button, not realizing they're forcing crouch. So we're going to stop that because that's annoying. The only question is, how negative is it on block? It's 0 on block. Meaning you can spam your jab to trade. So, see, it trades. But what happens if you were to use a move that would normally trade? I mean, the thing is, theoretically, if we're doing this, 10 frame is the fastest move that we're using. And that's the idea. Right? That's the whole idea of it. Just using 10 frames to see if they can even respond or not. And if they can't, they have no choice. It's a trap. It's a frame trap. So I'm trying to think of what could be done here. Because since it's 0 on block, you're not only saved, you can interrupt. So if you have something like an evasive hop knee, you can essentially, you know what I mean? It's like, and then you're +5. So if we I just don't know any like evasive moves that he has. There's this dance. Oh well, I'm moving on. We have forward 4-2, which is safe for the first part and has a very obvious animation. So like a lot of the times when fighting people that I don't fight often, their animations seem to just be like blend together, but Bryan has very unique, interesting looking animations. Like this is interesting to look at. It looks cool, right? He has an interesting gimmick. Like his style is over the top and flashy, of course, which as a Yoshimitsu player I appreciate. But more specifically, the animations themselves look so distinct from everybody else's in the way that he does it that you can tell what he's doing. So if he were to do this move, I'd be able to tell that there's a follow-up and I wouldn't press. I would just have to remember. And hell, you even have to. It looks like there's a follow-up. Right? Now, in comparison to someone like Dragunov, where all his moves look the same to me, and don't get me wrong, they're obviously different. Like, obviously. But you can't tell me that, like, some of the stuff he does is just like, oh, I didn't realize you were doing 2 different strings there. Like, I didn't realize, you know, that was a high, because it looks just like this other move that's a mid. You get what I'm saying? We're going to turn off block. But even with counter hit, this doesn't do anything. Standing block, turning punish off now. It's this forces crouch, but you're so negative that like you can't do anything about it. So if you whiff the first hit to land the second, you're still that negative. The startup of the first part is 18. There's no counter hit functionality, so there's no counter hit functionality. So this is only good to catch them off guard with the second hit, and if you don't, you just get punished for it. We have forward 1+2, which is an armored attack, and it's safe on block, but it's a high. I didn't think they gave this to Bryan. I didn't. That's actually hilarious. So, if you don't quite understand why I'm a bit baffled, is because power crushes are normally unsafe. So like when someone power crushes you, like for example, Zafina, she has a power crush that when she does it, you can launch her. So for the most part, most people's power crushes are unsafe enough to get like a punish, right? It makes it so that they just can't spam them, right? And if they are spamming them, you can either grab or you can block and punish, right? You might even be able to sidestep. But the main component of those power crushes is that they're mids. And because they're mids, they're slow and you can't duck them, obviously. So having a safe unblocked power crush is hilarious because it doesn't matter how slow a move is when it's a power crush because you gain armor on frame 8. So even though this is 20 frames for this power crush, you don't actually have to beat someone to the finish line to win. All you have to do is get 8 frames out. To show this, we'll put on punishment, right? Jab. It takes 10 frames for his jab to get out. I'm +1, so the fastest he can respond is 11 frames. Meaning I should be able to guarantee that I activate my power crush. He can't interrupt it. But since he hit me and stopped attacking because his attack was already over and mine didn't complete in time, he didn't get hit. But since I absorbed his attack, I'm also safe, so he doesn't get a punish for blocking. You know what I mean? That's the balance around it. If I absorb his attack and he doesn't get hit, I'm safe. Now, if we were to make him do something, let's see. That's what, like 20 frames? I'm able to just power through it. The problem is, well, let me do the knee so we're equal. No, that's not what I'm going to do. See, knee, neutral. So, knee, power crush. And we trade. Because he was doing a counter hit launcher. And the reason we trade is because that move is 20 frames and this is 20 frames. And we're not trading now because I'm doing a jab which leaves me +1 and then does it. So mine's coming out slightly faster than this. But if I do the 0 on block knee, we trade. And he wins that trade. I'm not sure any other way to show you sort of how that works. Because he doesn't have any moves that are faster than 10 frames. And that's an important part too. So the reason that's important to have something like, or the reason that would matter if he did have something faster than 10 frames is that if he did, he could essentially hit me before my armor comes out. So as long as your armor, as long as your armored move can hit 8 frames before the other person moves hits you, you're perfectly fine. So in situations where, let's say you had a 10 frame armored attack and your opponent was, I don't know, they were up 2 frames. If they throw their jab, right, you can't respond until they only have 8 frames left. So if you throw your 10 frame jab, that means by the time your 8 is up, they've already hit you. It will only take them 8 frames to hit you, so it will cancel out your 8 frames. Or at least I think it will either cancel it out or it might activate. I'm not sure. I've never been in that specific situation where I'm +2 and they do an armored attack. But that is like the one specific situation where armor could be countered, where essentially you're just like stuffing the opponent, stopping them from activating the armor. It's the same thing with Rage Art, because Rage Art is like armored on frame 8 or 7. So if you think someone's gonna Rage Art after a move, if you can frame trap them, you can stop them from being able to activate it, or at least the armor. We have down forward 1-2. Okay, so that punish thing's annoying. So the first part, right, down forward 1 is +5. Well, -5, so it's safe, right? IPA heat. I'm just doing this by tapping 1 over again. But down forward 1-2 is launch punishable, which is important because Bryan throw this bullshit out a lot. I don't know. I just realized I don't know any of Bryan's moves to like launch punish this. So let's turn off his block. Yeah, I don't know. That's it. I don't know. I give up. But this is launch punishable. And it's important to know this because if they do this, or if they do that version, you'll know, hey, I can launch him and stop him from doing it. Because this is already annoying as it is, especially when they're in heat. Right. And you also need to have points of reference of when you can punish a Bryan. This is the same thing as last time, except you just hold down. And then you press 2 to go back to this last move. Right. We got down forward 2-1. Which is safe. But has a stance transition into sway. This is important. This is important because since it is a stance that takes a step back, if you jab immediately, you're out of range, and then he comes back in and counter hits you. So what we can do is put on the punishment. So you actually need to have some frame advantage. So to hit this, you need frame advantage. Without it, you're just gonna get interrupted by a jab every time. Every time. So just know if they do this on block, it's not safe. Right? It's not safe at all. On hit though, you are +8. So you can launch, except that for some reason. That interrupts you. Everything else you can do. Which is kind of strange, I'm not gonna lie. You can get a full launcher, you can get like a tornado. I don't quite understand myself, but hey, the game, like if they say so. I'm +8. I don't understand. So I'm +8, and that move is 16. So that means the fastest he can respond is 18 frames. I don't quite understand why it works out that way. Maybe it's because like the specific animation of him dashing in, so the fish just gets there faster before he can hurt me. I don't know. Weird. It feels like this data is just lying. Because I should be able to do it. See? +8. Anyway, we have down for 2, 3, 13 on block. I'm pressing way too fast. 13 on block, I guess. And what next? So 2 mids. What I'm trying to think is why do we have this version? It wasn't like this was a high and this was saved. Oh, this was a high. This was a high into a stand transition, just like the last one. Oh, this is 19. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so the reason this was losing was because this move is 19 frames. And if we were +8, we were off by 1 frame, so it makes sense that we would lose that. Okay. And this launch is most likely if a counter hit. Yeah, if it's a counter hit, it just launches. And then you get full combat. So you can either do high version or mid version. And what happens if I kind of burst it? Does it? No, it doesn't. Alright, here we go. We got Snake Edge. This is like Bryan's move. This is the move that inspired the rest. This move is called Snake Edge, and all other moves that behave like this are also called Snake Edge. Not literally, but they're named after this move as like a homage, as in like, hey, you know, this type of move behaves this way. So the same way that like Mishimas have hell sweeps, right? Unseeable lows that like are comboable. What's the word for it? All Snake Edges behave the same as Bryan's, or like the base function of them do. So the way they work is that when you do a Snake Edge, it dodges highs and mids. It's very evasive. See? Very. So as you can see here, maybe I should make the other Bryan do it. Right. Oh, it's way too close. If you can see, the other Bryan is on his knees. Pause. And at this current state, all highs, of course, miss because he's ducked down, and 2 mids also miss. So if you have a mid that you would use to attack, it would dodge that and still hit you. Somebody said that like lows also get evaded, but I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure if that's true or not. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's not because I've hit Bryans who are about to Snake Edge me with the low. So this move is very, very, very evasive, right? And you get a full combo off it, I think. Right? It automatically screws, so maybe I don't know any other screws to test that out. Don't be weird, bro. Okay, so I'm gonna do Snake Edge. No, it doesn't give you a full combo. So it doesn't give you a full combo because it automatically like screws. Meaning you don't get actually you might, because I see Bryan do this all the time. Like I see them Snake Edge, obviously because it's evasive, and 2 because it like trips you down with the combo, right? But another reason specifically is that it's one of the core moves where, besides being evasive, this Snake Edge is very much like Bryan. And the way they balanced it out is that it's 29 frames. Right. So unblockables are 29 frames. There's other moves that are 29 frames. Like there's plenty of things that are very, very slow that are 29 frames to balance them out. The whole idea is that if someone is looking out for Snake Edge, which most people are when fighting Bryan, they can block this and then punish. For example, if I have active settings, defense, it's plus 26, meaning I can launch you every time. Like I can launch you comfortably, and I can even wait till you already have your leg out to block this. That's how slow it is. I can visually recognize when this is happening. If you're looking out for this, you will block it. You'll get a couple blocks, get your combos in, right? You know what I mean? So, it's a good move, yes, but at the same time, it's very easily blocked. What I'm trying to do here is jump over it with the correct timing. But you have to do it as soon as he starts to like turn his back. If you don't, you get clipped. But when it comes to blocking, you can do it very easily. If you wait till you hear the huh sound, you can even do it. See? So it's one of the moves that are iconic. It's definitely good. But when you get to the higher levels, hell, even at my level, right, I'm able to block it here and there when I'm looking at for it, because one, I'm still getting used to it, and two, Bryan's are, of course, doing a bunch of things all at once. Like, you know what I mean? Like they're doing all of this and then randomly they start sweep. And it's not truly random because humans are bad at true randomness, but there's just a bunch of stuff being thrown out that if you duck at the wrong time, you do kind of just like get knocked down and die, and then there's another Oki situation where you can get down, knocked down, and die on top of like these grabs. So on top of everything you have to deal with, it makes looking out for the snake edge harder, especially for someone of my level. But it's not impossible. It's not like, oh, I'm always gonna miss the snake edge. I'm not, right? There's gonna be times where I get the snake edge, but I don't punish it properly because I'm like, oh shit, I finally got it. Once that's gone, once you're out of the territory of people being like, oh yeah, I finally got it, then you're screwed. I'm not gonna lie. Because once they block this and they know what to do, you're essentially cooked. Like, I'm not even lying to you. Like, anyone who has a good combo memorized, you're eating at least like 70, 80 damage. Especially if they got good wall carry. We got Wolf Tail. Oh, that's another thing. Snake edges are tracking. This tracks. Meaning if you try to sidestep it, you also get hit. So it's a super evasive side tracking move. So it avoids a bunch of attacks while it essentially attacks you. It high and mid crushes is the simplest way to put it. It also stops your movement options, so you have no choice when he does this but to block. And if you don't block, you die. That's why it's so strong, because you can't sidestep it. Jumping takes way too long. You have to block it, and if you don't block it, he gets a full like Bryan combo or whatever, however you do it. You know what I mean? This is another tracking move. 22 frames. It appears to be a mid. What is it on block? 5. So this is safe but slow. Thing is, it has good range, so you can be back here, press it, and then of course it knocks down normally. So on counter hit, and most likely gonna knock down. So if we counter hit charge, still knocked down. Nothing too impressive. Alright. We have Python Crush, which is down to 1. So if we have a punish up, so this move actually locks you into the punish. And as I guess correctly, there's an extension. So since this first part locks you into the punish and you're -10 on block, they can get a guaranteed jab afterwards, right? It also, unlike this move, doesn't It doesn't force them into crouch. Well, let's try on hit. So on hit, this forces you into crouch at +8. The same way that this does on hit. Actually, this puts you in +7. This puts you in +8. So that means you have like even greater frame capping with this. Alright. So you get the pressure even harder. But on block, since the first 2 hits jail, you can do... Oh, this is actually a totally different move. I thought it was the same move but with an extra hit. So we got down 3-2, which is a low hit. It's -11 on block. But 0 on hit. Which sounds like bad, like, oh, that means they can start punching immediately. Yeah, true. But at the same time, a lot of lows can be negative on hits, so that you can't just like trap someone without having to like at least do some sort of setup for it, right? This is a 16 frame low, which is unreactable. So it being 0 on block isn't too bad, especially since the damage it has isn't too good either. Like that's what, 11 damage? That's not that big of a deal. So if we do the full string that goes low, high, let's actually check something. I want to see something. Because the low is unreactable. So it wouldn't be fair if you couldn't... Let's see. First hit, crouching block. The first low is unreactable. So why would they make the second hit high if it's just going to jail? Right? Because you can duck it. If you get hit by this, you can duck. I'm never gonna hit him. So if you see this here, right, and they followed up with this, you can duck it. The question is, are they going to follow through? Like, are they going to do it? Because they could always just do the low kick, right? So it's safe for block for the first 2 parts. The down 3-2 part is safe, but if they get hits, you get snake eyes. So remember this animation specifically, because you can always just crouch. And then, of course, after that, you launch because you missed. Simple low kick, 15 frames, no advantage. And I understand why they didn't give Bryan, of all people, specifically advantage on low kicks, because if they did, it would let him do other moves to get counter hit launchers, and it would essentially feel like you couldn't play the game. We got down 1 + 2, 3. That's down 1 + 2. A 17 frame, guaranteed punish with a jab. This is very fucking goofy looking. What is this? But it comes with a hatchet kick. Oh my. And you can use this to transfer to any of the stances. So if you want to shift this way, you can do down 1, 2, which cancels the actual second hit. You can cancel out of the stance even if you don't hit. So you can whiff it openly and then use sway 1 to go back in, like to immediately like whiff punish. Or you can do down 1 + 2 forward to go into slither step. Which apparently has all types of save. Like there's 2 safe options out of the slither step stance. Obviously this 10 one isn't, but we got down 1 + 2, 2, but it's a slide function. So what it wants me to do is quickly press 1 + 2 and then 2 while holding down. Which I think that's what it wanted me to do. Yeah. Which is just a launcher. Who uses this stuff? It's +7 on block. Never mind. Never mind. This is the greatest thing since sliced bread. +7 and it forces crouch. It forces crouch. Wait, I thought it forced crouch. Do I not have crouch punish set? I do. So why does it make him do the animation? So it doesn't force crouch? Okay. Never mind. I was about to be excited. Alright. +7 is good though. Like don't get me wrong, +7 is good. It makes it essentially that the fastest they can respond is 17 frames. This knee is 16. This here is 15. And it's like a gut punch that I'm pretty sure has a transition. This kick is 12. There's other moves too that are slower. You wouldn't want to do this one because you would get like jabbed because you're airborne and like you'll get floated. I guess the best one is just the knee. Just the forward 3 counter hit knee for full combo. This is slow at 30 frames, but does that really matter when you can hit it from like right here at tip range and still have frame advantage? I mean, I guess it does because if you're over there, you won't be able to actually hit anything. But you actually can't hit this, which is 18 frames. So at the range you're at now, right? The person tries to jab, you can reach them. So let's reset it. Punish. Right, we have our 10 frame jab selected, and then we're just gonna back up a little bit, and then get to the perfect range. All right, and he jabs. So we're gonna do it one more time. Except we need to get the proper range for this to work. It just doesn't work. It's because Bryan takes a like slight step forward. Alright, I guess it just doesn't work. Let's try the other options. Yep, that works though. So this just doesn't work because it's 18. If we had one more frame of advantage, it would trade. And if we had one more, then, you know, this would beat it. If the move forced the person into crouch, this move would counter hit launch. Right. It would counter hit him, launch him, and then we would just get our free combo. Right? That's how that would work. See? So they would just interrupt them. Anyway, you get the point. Wait. That was on hit. Okay, good. We got side low knuckle whip, which is down 3+4 2, and it has a cancel. So this low is -1. It's at 19 frames, but it looks like it has like slight evasion. I could be completely wrong. Actually, I think it has no evasion. It's just the head tilt that's getting me. It does hit from a decent ways of range. Like this is round start. I get the hit. It does very little damage. Has an extension though. Let's see what happens if I counter hit. It gives me +4. Which means I can jab him before he can jab me. And if you think like, oh, that's not that big of a deal, it's just +4. Think about it this way. It's essentially on counter hits, giving me my turn back. And since it's very far range, you can do your bullshit and do that. Right? He's gonna try to fight back. Right? And you're able to hit it. And if he's fighting back, you get +4, which means it's your turn, you can jab. And then if he tries to respond, you're +8. And if you're +8, you can hit this knee and get a free launcher. Like, everything can go downhill just from someone disrespecting Bryan and his pressure. To cancel, we do down 3+4, 2 down back. Oh, that's perfect. Because it enters you in crouching state, so you can do while rising. And everyone who's been watching me for long enough knows how I feel about things that enters you in a crouching state. It said he was +12 there off the cancel, but I guess that +12 is supposed to be eaten up by mental frames, as in like he just doesn't realize that I'm not going to follow through. Or maybe because it's +12 on block. I don't know. I just know that it's the perfect way to catch someone off guard and go for a grab. Or better yet, you can even, once you're in that crouch state, go for a while rising while they try to take their turn. We got stomach blow, which is down back 2. It's safe. On hit, you're +8. So let's have him try to respond. Yeah, yeah, it's not enough to do bullshit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's enough to hit the classic. I said it's enough to hit the classic knee, right? But in fact, why? If I'm plus 8, I should be able to. Oh, that's 24. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, I was wrong. This move is very uninteresting to me. It's plus. It's -6 on block, 15 frames. Yeah. It does like 20 or so damage. Even on counter hit, it doesn't do anything else. Like, I don't know. I'm just not interested. We got sweeper kick, 16 frames, high evasive, high crushing. So this is just objectively good, you know, because it crouches you down, so you get access to Wild Rising. Stand blocking, standing. Actually, block all. We'll do that for now. So on block, it's plus 12, which, to be fair, I don't actually care that much about anything that's punishable by 12 on block, because, again, only thing you're going to be hit by is a Wild Rising 2. And if you get hit by a Wild Rising 2, I think they get like 5 frames of advantage, and that's enough to, like, what's the word for it? That's enough for them to be able to throw a jab and you not be able to fight back, or for them to throw out like anything almost, and you being genuinely not able to fight back depending on like the setup. At least with the jab is what I'm talking about. Because assume when I mean fight back, I mean throw a jab to interrupt you to like get plus 8. Now it's your turn. Because if you can interrupt with a jab and get plus 8, now you're in control. But they're just plus 5. So if they try anything too heavy, I can throw a jab and stop them. So they have to go for something relatively fast to try to take their turn. And when they do, they either do something negative or safe. And either way, that safe is still giving me back my turn. So I don't really care because I'm not taking too much damage. My turn isn't going to be gone for too long. It's probably just going to be a mix-up, and if I guess it wrong, I was going to guess wrong anyway. Crash, impact, down, back, 1+2. It's a heat move at 15 frames. Yeah. This is what it is. It's safe, though. It's safe, though. Oh, okay. Okay. So, it's safe. It's a mid-high. So, if someone is insane, they can duck this. What move am I on? 50? If someone is, like, very good at the game, they can duck it, yes. But you actually can't duck it. It jails you. It just says, nah, bruh. I get to have this. So it's safe on block. And you can't duck the high to punish. Obviously, it's most likely steppable. Right? Like, if you know it's coming. Like, you gotta make sure you do it right. Is this steppable? Because it feels like it's tracking me too hard. Like I don't know. I mean, it's definitely my turn. So, not even gonna lie to you. Not even gonna lie to you. That's actually crazy. It's mid heat engager, so you can run up on someone. So let's say, let's say you do a combo or something, right? And you're running in off a heat engager. In fact, let's just do it now. There's no reason not to. Stand. There we go. What you can do is that you can heat engage into heat engage. Like, think about that. I know it sounds funny to say, like, think about it, but like, genuinely think about what this means. It's 15 frames. So if you heat engage someone because they were negative 15, right? Or let's say you caught them slipping, and you know they crouch, you can heat engage into a death combo. You can either like launch them. I guess you could do that, right? If I want to figure out the launcher, bro. Oh no, I haven't found any of his launchers yet. But something you can do is heat engage into a heat engage. And the second heat engage will just obviously dash in the combo, right? And it seems like, whatever, couldn't you just launch them? Yeah, sure, I could. I could throw a hop knee that could get blocked and I get punished and I lose all my momentum. Or I could just use this safe heat engager as the test. Because, sure, it gives it my turn, but it's completely safe and I don't get, like, punished for it. Like, I don't lose anything by doing it besides the turn, which isn't even that big of a deal. We're just back to neutral, right? And if I really am scared that badly of losing my turn, I can just, I don't know, heat dash and try this, like, the setup one more time. Just try and guess what he's gonna do one more time. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's a gamble, of course, don't get me wrong. But it is one of those things where it's just like, why not just throw it out? It brings you forward too. So you can step back here, blah blah blah. What's that? You got a punch? Like even better. This is an even better example because I'm +4. Right. In fact, we're gonna reset here. +7, right? That means he can't respond. I'm gonna heat engage him. Like, like what? Like, if I can do it right. Heat engage. Heat dash. You know what I mean? Like, he can't respond. I noticed that he wasn't ducking. You still ain't ducking? Okay. Like, to me, having a heat engager be safe on block is hilarious. It's hilarious because, for the most part, what I've seen, a lot of heat engagers aren't safe, or at least the ones that I've like labbed aren't safe. So it's gonna be a situation where it's like, that's me. Obviously, you can't do it exactly like that, but you get the point. So you just throw out Heat Engager, you're -9. They throw out their punch, they do their move. You throw out your stuff. Like, look at that, look at that. It reset the distance, step in, get the test. We have back 1. Leaves me +4 on block. Why did I skip over that? So it's 20 frame startup. It's 20 frame startup. Yeah. It's +4 on block. It's a middle. And when they're not blocking, it makes them crouch. So the fastest they can respond is 11 frames. Like the fastest move is 11 frames. So you get to do a bunch of like traps. So they can only respond to like 15, right? So for example, you can do that one is just normal. And I think, isn't that safe on block too? Hold on. Yeah, it is safe on block. So you can always threaten to respond with a Heat Engager for almost anything. So he has a safe Heat Engager and a safe armor attack. Safe armor attack is what I meant. But he can respond with a safe armor attack whenever he wants. So in this situation where I force him to crouch, he responds with Ball Rising 4. Just Heat Engager. And the reason I'm grabbing a lot here, because at my level, some people have 2 responses. They either duck, because they're used to being grabbed, or they don't duck, because they're used to being launched. Right? I want to figure out as fast as possible which one you are. If I run up to you, and I grab, and you duck it, I understand exactly the player you are. You learn from your mistakes. Right? And if I grab you 1 time, off a Heat Engager, I'll grab you 2 times off a Heat Engager, I grab you 3 times, you don't learn. I'm not gonna stop. Alright? I'm just not, because you just don't learn. So if I run up and I don't have to like grab, which is a high, which risks my life, so they can launch me afterwards, if I don't have to do that, then I'm just gonna, you know, use the mid-high Heat Engager that's completely safe, that if for whatever reason doesn't work out, could just dash out of. And let's say I don't actually have heat active, so what? It's safe. Like let's be honest, bro. Sure, it doesn't allow me to respond with anything because of how negative it is. Like I won't get away with, like if it was -4, that means, if it was -6 actually, that means if someone wanted to throw out a 10 frame jab, I would 4 frames in, they would have 6 frames to go to like hit me, and then there'd be 2 extra frames that happen. So I would have, because okay, I'm trying to think of the math here, and it's hard for me because I'm stupid. But armor comes out at frame 8. So if I'm negative, let's say 4 for now, I have to wait 4 frames before I can activate my armor. Right? So that means by frame 4 of my armor, he's at frame 8 of his 10 frame punch. And by frame 6 of my armored attack, he's at frame 10 and he hits me, interrupting me. So it's specific situations with frame data like that where you can figure out whether or not you can throw out an armor for free. And that's if like you're both mashing, like you immediately need to move out, like you instantly need it out. So you're both like instantly putting it out. If there's mental frames and you do this, you can get away with it. You know what I mean? What's next? We got back to 1, 2. We're gonna turn off punish. So this would look like normal. It's a full knockdown. If the last hit by itself, still full knockdown. If the first hit hits, you get a combo. If the second hit hits, it's a combo. So here's the deal. If they interrupt at any point of this, they die. Well, maybe the last one they're good, but I'm pretty sure like wall spots. I know. I just want to see if the wall spots, please. Yeah. So wall spots. This combo here is essentially just like don't press. Don't press. Don't press you. Right? In fact, the second hit, no matter what, combo. Like the second hit, no matter what, just gives you the combo. So you can truthfully, let's say the first part is the 17 frames. You can just pressure with this. You can just throw the first part out to make it whiff, second part flips, knocked out. Let's see. Let's make them block, because that's how that's supposed to work. It trades, but since it counter hits him, he is like comboable, which is hilarious because see what I mean? Like he's you can do situations where you make yourself +7, and what are they gonna do? Nothing. That like +7 Bryan is essentially just saying, come on, bro. We both know you can't press. I know there's a lot of people who like have frame traps that leave them at +7 or +6, but like +7 Bryan, you cannot. This is ridiculous that like 17 frames you die, 16 frames you die. Like we're lucky that this isn't a counter hit launcher, because if this was, we wouldn't be able to press ever. It would just be this over and over again. So there's a couple of like ways to cancel individual hits. So like there's ways to cancel on the side steps like I'm doing now, which is actually pretty cool. There's way to cancel into slither. So what I'm guessing is right, since it causes them to be knocked down a second hit, we can do a little combo off of it. Alright. Get the point. The question is, how negative is this? Because the reason you provide cancels is for two reasons. One, to stop at a safe point. Two, to fake out opponents by not finishing the string, so they either do something stupid or they like do something stupid, or it's so negative that you die if you finish it. So let's see, that's first part, -7. Second part, 0. So you can stop here whenever you feel like. This is completely safe. And if they decide to press at a turn, You can press that, and it's still safe. This whole thing is safe. The only difference is, if you press the last button, you're giving up your turn and returning directly to neutral because you pushed them back. But you can, since this is a perfect example. For example, in Yoshimitsu's case, he has a grab that's zero on break, right? Meaning he can immediately go for another grab. If you're not ready for it, you just get grabbed, right? So he'll do his like 2+4 break. I mean 2+4 grab. And then when that happens, he'll just go for another. In this situation, like, you can just go for a grab. And the reason I'm saying grab is because grabs are what? 12 frames on startup. So they're just as fast as this. The only difference is they beat 2 to 3 different options all at once. So anything like a jab that's 10 frames or 11 frames, you just lose, right? But to be honest, I've been playing on Bryan for a little bit here. I haven't seen the number 11 pop up fucking once. Right? I haven't seen it once. No number 11 in sight. So if you're fighting a Bryan, how is he going to like challenge you besides jab? So let's say he does jab. Right? This is his plan to stop you from grabbing. Why would he jab here? Why would he jab when he knows you have an extension? An extension that you have no problem letting go. And you're doing the safe version too. So, like, if he presses, he just dies. He just gets flung to the wall and hit. He's expecting you to do your full thing that you've been doing and for it to return him to a safe distance. He's not even thinking about it. Right? You do this, he's not expecting you to stop so early. Hell, he wouldn't even expect you to cancel into Slither. So he has no clue this is gonna happen, so he's not gonna be prepped to like jabs. Grabs are 12 frames. That means if he waits, I don't know, 2 frames, he can't punish you. And I don't know if you know this, but 1/30th of a second is extremely fast. 1/30th of a second. 2 frames might as well be 1 frame for how we're not going to react to it. It's basically instantaneous. He has to disrespect it instantly to not get grabbed. Sure, he could break the grab, sure, but he's not going to jab you out of it. He's not going to do any bullshit. At best, right? Because this is, let me see, this is high. This is high. At best, he's ducking the string. But the last hit doesn't even look like a hot. It looks like a mid. So if he's taking the first 2, why would he even begin to like try to like duck the last one? And let's say it's a smart Bryan. A Bryan who's gone through his move list, he's lapped himself, he knows what he has. There's a mid. There's a mid follow-up. There's a mid follow-up. So if this happens, right, and he doesn't duck the second one, logic dictates that he's not gonna duck and get hit by the third mid. I mean, get hit by the mid. He knows it's not safe. Sure, if you just do this, like, if you do this all day, and he knows, sure, you might get ducked and launched. But you can always just do the mid version, which in theory is negative enough to like allow for a jab, but just mix up with the regular. And while he's thinking, oh, was that the mid or not? You just jab, take your turn, and now you're +8. And if he's just pressing buttons regardless, guess what? He's fucked either way, bro. Because sure, when it comes to this situation, you can jab afterwards for free without hesitation for each of them. The only difference is, one, you're going to get blocked one hit, so he's +1, and it's both your guys' game. Like, either of you can fight, right? But if you're negative, actually, never mind. I take that back, because the kick is very obvious. So he can realize it and then go, oh, that's the version he's doing, and then slightly punish you, but it's just a jab. Right? And you can eat one of those. Like, the point that I'm trying to make is that you don't need to be scared that he's going to stop you from doing the grab, because that's fucking ridiculous. No one's like that. He's more likely to duck and punish this string than anything. So you just hit a grab. Hit a grab. He's not going to expect it. He can't interrupt because you have a mid waiting. Right? And then to boot, you have stance transitions. This should be the string you use a lot. Like, obviously, there's stuff like this. You should be using your heat engagers. You should be using the armor. All your safe options to antagonize and figure out what your opponent likes to do. But at the same time, are you really going to, like, be angry you got jabbed? Or are you going to be upset that you got jabbed? Sure, it stops your pressure, but it's just a jab. And sure, he's going to be +8. Yes, that is completely over. It's not your turn. And let's say he is ducking the high string. Eat a combo. I know it sounds insane. Just eat a combo. I promise you, just eat a combo. Just eat one combo. And then it's gonna be like, oh, he's doing the high thing again. And then he just dies. You know? He just dies. And it's hilarious because if this shit counter hits and then you rip the final part of the string, as you can see, you get a combo. This should be the string you run to a lot. This and this are the mix-ups. Right? Alright, so we got back to 4. We got back to 4. It's completely safe. All of this is, you're just considered airborne. I'd have to say be careful because this last hit looks like it could be flashed by Yoshimitsu. I'm not sure. I don't feel like switching. There's a little extension, or not extension, there's a note saying you can cancel the first hit if you do back 1, forward 4. And that's because the first hit is a high, but at the same time, what does that really do? Is it because it gives it the +7? I mean, the first move is 17. It's probably something to do with like the +7 you get upon this back fist, and when you do that, maybe you can interrupt. Like, let's have Let's have him interrupt. So you see he punches, right? Yeah, so you can interrupt this move because of the +7. And the second move is 30 frames, so you're not able to do it fast enough to stop this. But if you were to, damn, you know, you don't give him the +7 to interrupt in the first place. Problem is, what happens when he's just gonna interrupt anyway? I don't know. On hit it looks like this, but on hit you're +4. So since you're plus, even though it's by 4, he can't interrupt. Launches. So it's a 17 frame startup, backhand. Of course, back 2 is a counter hit. Launcher, of course, the same thing you would get from this, except it's part of something new. We got back 3, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I'm not doing this shit, bro. I'm not doing that. It's not that hard when you get used to it. Don't get me wrong, but nah, it doesn't even seem worth it. This seemed like some knowledge check. Why is there a random high in there? Is that for someone to duck? Like, what are we talking about? It says you can do back 3 into slither, which actually seems nice, even though it's +7 on block. But on hit, I think it was +4. So you can use this as like a transition. The first hit, like this back 3, is 19 frames, which is slow. Don't get me wrong. Like that's basically 20 frames. It's very, very slow. Like it's fast enough to catch someone off guard if they've already pressed. But I mean, not if they've already pressed, if they're like about to press something, like they pressed it late. Like they just started while you've already like about to complete. Sure, good, whatever. The problem is when it comes to frames, even though 19 frames is insanely fast in reality, if they press anything like square, they might actually like interrupt you while you whisk your leg up, and you know you just get cooked. They have an alternate version of back 3, 2, 1, 4, which is a low. Doesn't seem to counter hit launch. Nope. 0 on hits. On block, I wonder how crazy this is. So if we go back to the other one, which is, I accidentally did the wrong one. So that's a mid, isn't it? I was focusing on doing the combo. Yeah, it's a mid. And if we have them stop blocking, it knocks to the side, but at the same time it doesn't really do much. Like I wonder if it's a full combo if I can. No, I don't think I can. And then we're gonna do the low. If I could. Yeah, I think I'll take my chances with the low. Like I think, what is this? 55. We're gonna do defense. So we're gonna try to defend against these. All right. Okay, that's enough of that. It's possible to defend, but at the same time, I'm not even sure if I'm truly defending these. Like, I'm not even sure if it's really me reacting to the leg that's truthfully getting me. Because there's times where I'm wrong, and it's not the fact that the leg is going to hit me. It's the leg just moving in general, and I block low, but it's just slightly too slow of like me going down that it still blocks the mid. If you had to take one, take the low. Because if that's the only thing he does from that string, you'll know, hey, I can low parry this at least. Speaking of low parry, why would you need to low parry if you could just simply block the hit, right? It's only minus 11, of course. It doesn't do a bunch of damage, and it's from a string, so I guess. I guess. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. So, like, low parrying is the correct choice. Like, if he hits you with the mid, then it's on you. You should have just blocked the mid, because there's no reason to get hit by, the mid. Alright, I'm back. I just have to use the bathroom. So, like I was saying before, if you have to choose between the mid and the low, I'd say I'd just take the low. We have front kick into double hammer, back 3, 1+2. It looks like it's making him crouch, which it is. Which is very convenient, because if you condition them, like if you condition them with this back 3 stuff, right? I forget the other part of it, but if you condition them and then you get them to disrespect it, now you're +4, and they're gonna try to do a move and you can disrespect them. Right? Of course you have the stance position. How much frames does this come out? 19? Yeah. We have knee break, which is what? Is that 15 in place? That's not the move I tried to do. 16. So it gives me +15 advantage, which is pretty big, because that means I didn't set him to jump to even do that comparison. That means that I can jump before he can. That's a full jab, right? That's essentially, if he gets hit with this, he can't do anything. Alright. Which apparently that doesn't act as a counter hit, interestingly enough. Well, there's no counter hit property. It just does the same thing every time. We got gravity blow, which is back 1+4, which is unblockable. Leaves you at +7 for the hit, which seems to be a magical number, not gonna lie. I know it's 50 frames, which is basically a second. You have almost a second to react to this. What this is probably gonna happen is, let's say, no, it would be something like, yeah, something more like that, right? If I can get the raw eyes to happen. You set it up, you're +7, he can't respond. It's stronger at the corner when the space is a lot closer. And you have to time it correctly. The wall is getting in the way. And then, of course, you have your forward 3 knee, completely safe on block, and a counter hit launcher. I don't have anything to say about this. It's just a standard unblockable. Oh, it's not an unblockable. So it's 28 frames when you do it normally, and still leaves you +7 on hit. On block, it's safe. So you can do that, let them do whatever they want. Oop. And they think, oh, that's blockable or whatever. Let me just block it, and then you just slightly hold it longer. Because like this looks the same as this, except one is sparkly and it's too fucking late. So it's like, pressure, whatever Bryan pressure looks like, right? And then you just hit a... Because you gotta remember, they're gonna try to punish that all day. So if you make them immune to this animation, like they just don't care about it, and they see you about to do it, right? After, like, let's say there's some shit that's negative, you punish them for it. That's insanely fast. Like, I've seen some unblockables that feel like they take forever. This doesn't. Even though it's 53 frames, it feels like it moves fast. It's not even labeled as his 10 hit. This just looks like a regular move, but it probably most likely is a 10 hit. Really? Is it actually just that? It's actually kind of hard to do. Maybe... It's kind of hilarious because if you just press 1+2 over and over again, it doesn't actually, like, matter. So I'm gonna do standing, right? How much damage does that do? What does this look like? It's so dumb, but it's like if you don't go all the way, you die. Like, you have to commit to this. Like, once you start, you cannot stop. And I doubt, I've never seen a Bryan do this move. And it's actually very easy to do if you have like 1+2 bound to one button. Since this is a unique string, it's only going to say, hey, there's one option. Which is, so for example, the up back 1+2. If you press up back 1+2 and then 1+2 again, it's gonna register the one that's next. Because there's only one option that can be pressed, right? There's only like one option, which is a 1, and you press something that represents both. So I'm gonna go with the only possible option, because maybe you mispressed. But then there's a 2, which is also a 1+2, so you can just keep pressing it over and over again, which is hilarious. It does like almost no damage, dude. I'm not gonna lie. So display, like, it's just bad, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That move is just bad. It leaves you +16 if you don't finish it. Like, on block, if you block this, you can launch Bryan. The question is, you just gotta be ready for when he finishes. Pause. We got up forward 3, which is in a low crushing spinning backflip. I mean a spinning kick. There's no backing up with this, so yeah, you're just forced to go forward with it. The question is, on hit, you're +15. So he can't like. If you're plus 15, right, we're gonna have him block everything. Yeah, you get a guaranteed. That's actually crazy. So if you do this move, you get a guaranteed down back 2 because that's 15 frames. See if I like try to do a forward knee, it's blocked. So the only problem is being close enough to fit this move in. Like if I hit this move over here against the wall where he can't back up any farther, I get it. Right? And if I do it, but I do a down, that's not it. I'm trying to find my 12 frame, which is just 2. Okay. So I'll do this against the wall, apparently, for all my moves. So it still hits. Because the move gives me plus 15 frame advantage. Meaning I get a guaranteed 2. Or I get a guaranteed down back 2. I mean a guaranteed 4 or guaranteed down back 2. Which is actually pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. And I understand why, like... I don't... Actually, that doesn't make any sense. Because if there was counter hit utility to this move, like, you're not counter hitting when you're doing this. We got up forward 2, 2, 2, 3. So let's actually put him on block. It's plus 15 for that. And these are all 10s. So after this, you can punish him with a jab. But you're not gonna like try because you're afraid that he's gonna continue with this launcher. But so it basically makes this like first part pseudo safe because no one's gonna want to punish it, no one's gonna try. And like when you find out people are trying consistently, then you just let the last part rip, and then you just get a combo. So it would look like, right, hits the wall. Get whatever combo. But what I wonder is if we set it to punish and then after 3 hits, did I not put it on block? No, I didn't. It just knocks him down, which is objectively worse. That's terrible. You got up forward 4. The overall heel kick, 24 frames. It knocks down. Why did I do that? One, block it's safe, so you can like use this a bunch of times. So you can use this. You can use that. What was the other one? You can use this because like it's completely safe, low evasive, and if it hits, it does knock them down. Like I've been counter hit combos with this before. Let's see. Okay. It doesn't even have to be counter hit. It just normal hit does it well. So the reason Rage Art works there is because when you hit them with this, it's plus 26. Rage Art only takes 20 frames. And as long as you activate the Rage Art while they're in the air, it should hit. Even though I know not all the time this is how it works. But I'm pretty sure as long as the move is plus 20, or like it has to be a certain amount of plus 20 so that like it can resettle itself. But yeah, this is overall like this is one of like the best moves in the game. This is up forward 3+4. 16 frames, gain Snake Eyes on hit. So what I'm trying to think is if I need to gain Snake Eyes on hit, and this is 6 frames, right? This is a 16 frame hop knee. I'm trying to think of a way to gain advantage enough to do this. Because of course we've covered like the down 1+2/2, right? But on block, so that way we get the frame advantage. Right. Let's put on punish so we can do it. Right. I get the Snake Eyes. Then I can just, you know, do whatever I want. The question is, what can you even do with Snake Eyes? I still don't know. Like, I've learned some things with Bryan. I've learned some moves. Bryan seems like a cool character that I was gonna try and play out, but we have a delay rising toe kick. It's just this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm never using this. I want you to know. Anyone uses this on you, you're being styled on. This isn't a serious move. And you're laughing right now, or like you're being like haha hee hee, like come on bro, there gotta be a situation that use this. It's 29 frames. Like it would genuinely be faster just to punch him. And I don't mean like 10 frame jab, I mean like because the starter for this is 13. I mean, you can punish someone who's 13 frames negative with this. I don't know. we're only at 67, and there's like 100 something moves left. Not 100 something. There's like 50 moves left. We have Mock Breaker, which is 442. Gain Snake Eyes on heat activation, tear damage on block. This is 13 frames. Bro. You already know how I feel about 13 frame heat engagers. You already know. You already know how I feel. But this is already hilarious because to punish something that's 13 frames with this is kind of hard because you have to buffer forward input, and like it's easy to do. Like if you have trouble doing these inputs, like the two ones, you forward and then you hold. You tap it twice and you hold. And I know it seems like, what do you mean that's like that's what I'm doing? But I legitimately just like take your time, practice tapping, and then tapping again. Because when you do that, you begin to run, right? And even if I just let it do this, if I do it just a little bit later, it still comes out. The finesse comes when you're able to do it instantly. Like you should be able to do it constantly back to back to back instantly. Now, it's 13 frames, so theoretically with perfect play, you could punish a 13 frame negative move with this and send them launching. Which, listen, the reason electrics are so good, perfect electric is so good, is the theoretical possibility of punishing a 13 frame negative move with a launcher. But with heat, you can just do that. With heat, you can just, I mean, sure, you have to be perfect, right? For this to like work. Like you have to buffer the input. But at the same time, like, come on. like at the same time, like, let's be honest, guys. It can be done. Someone's gonna be out there doing this. This is far easier than electrics. So if all it means is you have to just buffer one forward input at the right time in order to have this come out, so what? It's a safe on block heat engager that's a high. That Bryan has. A high heat engager. On top of like what? This heat engager. Alright. And as long as you're not spamming this, who's gonna suspect this? Like, you know what I mean? So, getting Snake Eyes activation on like it hitting and it also being 13 frames is hilarious. Because you have to think, this is 13 frames. This is faster than 14 and 15. Like, this is a 15 frame heat engager, right? So you have to do some like some traps to get this to work. You gotta like make them whiff. This, like, hold on, I'm messing up. Like, bruh, it's kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. Nah, this just makes me smile. I love 13 frame heat engagers. Do I want Yoshi's heat engage? The reason I'm bringing up Yoshi so much is because he's my main. Just gotta cover that. Do I want Yoshi's to be 13? Nah, I think I like the fact that Yoshi's heat engager, his main one, back to 2, is 14 frames, specifically because Flash gives him the bonus of 14 frames. So you have a 14 frame window, and you can perfectly use back to 2 as a punisher to like immediately get advantage, right? So you can flash, get plus 14, and then back to 2 to use that. And there's no other move of his that I can think that I would be able to use like that window for besides like 2-2 into Kento or 2-2 into like regular pressure. It has an extension? Oh, this is a whole new move. So this is 30 frames, but when you hold it, it has a different effect. So let me do it normal, 25 frames, negative 13. When you walk up and hold it, you're plus 14. I'm trying to think of a move that I could, hold on, ideas coming. Hold on. That's a high. Maybe a jab. So it's one of those moves where you're plus 14 in name only, because like you actually can't do anything. In fact, I want to test this, because if I can't fit a 12 frame kick into it when I'm spamming the button, oh, it did fit. I just have to be perfect. No, because he's jumping, that's why. I mean, these are all highs. I need like, it's 14 frames of advantage. I need something. Do I have a 12 frame mid? So that's a high. That's 15. I guess you don't gain anything off of this. And since he's crouched, you can't jab him immediately. So like, what truthfully is the point of this move? You get to jump before him, but it's so minor. So there is some advantage, right? Like, there has to be some advantage. It's just not like usable advantage. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Let's try on hits. Oh, it's just gonna give me snake eyes. Alright, so we got mop kick, which is such a weird tracking move. Like, what is this? It's an 18 frame move. Can be 16, or is that 15? No, it can be 16. It's plus 15 on hits. So what does that mean? Do I get like a kick? Like, that's 16. This doesn't enter me in the crouch, so I doubt I get the hit. Yeah. These moves, even though you can't hold them, it's like, what's the point? We got jet uppercut. This is supposed to be the point where it gets like hard, I think. So we got forward, back two. which is a 14 frame launcher? It's a mid too. Is that a mid or a high? I can't see. Yeah, it's a high. So what I'm going to do is tell him to stand, block. So that's +8 on hits. Standing, it gives me... Did I miss something? Like, what happened? No, I am doing that move. I guess it's because it has the wall. But since he's crouched down, it won't work. I won't get, like, the actual benefit of it. But it's a high. Yeah, it won't work. So I can do this consistently because it's not hard, but 14 frame launcher from standing is very impressive. I actually do really like that. So if I can set a punish and then program, let's see, we're just gonna record. Report it in. There we go. First of all, we need to make sure the jab is off. So that's launchable, right? Don't need to hold it. Actually, we need to hold back the first part. I'm just slightly too slow. I need to be perfect. Because in theory, you could do it. You have to buffer the forward input, I think. So it's just a regular 15 frame launcher at this point then. And the best way to prove that would to go back in and re-record. Where we do... Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Yes. So that's only +13. So I think I have to stop halfway through. Yeah. Yeah, 16. There we go. You have to buffer it at the right time for it to come out. But you can indeed launch with it. Like, it has to be right at the end. Like, you have to know when the animation's gonna end. Yeah. And the reason that sucks is because for moves like that I was doing before, it's like you gotta time it just right. Just right. So right. You press it too soon, you get launched. There you go. What that means is that for 14 frame moves, you would have to be perfect. You would have no choice. Like you would have to actually be perfect. And I didn't know he had a 14 frame launcher. You know what I mean? Like, I thought 14 frame launchers were reserved for stances and weird characters like Raven. But to just have like a pure, like, no while rising, just straight out, like, while standing, very easy to execute 14 frame launcher is really nice. Like, and this is easy to execute. This is very easy. You just step forward and then press back. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. Like, when I tell you this is the easiest execution of something that, like, amazes me, I'm telling you. That sounds like such a low bar. The point is, I'm really liking very unique things like Perfect Wind, Electric God Fist. Right? That interests me because theoretically you can launch 13 frame moves. I mean, you can launch someone for being negative 13, but in practicality, is someone pulling that off? Probably not, because you would have to do it perfectly. You would to do the perfect Electric Wind God Fist. You have to be frame perfect with your inputs. Frame perfect. Frame perfect. Which is an insane idea to think that you have 13 frames, right? Because I'm actually honestly wondering how that works. If you have 13 frames, you have to do frame perfect inputs, but does it like retroactively make the move come out? Because it doesn't come out until you would have to do like frame 1, right? Just frame input for that, like so fast that it's like just 1 frame for you to input the command. This is not as hard. This is not as hard. Sure, to punish a 14 frame move with this is going to be difficult. A negative 14 frame move, but like it's just 2 buttons. Essentially, because you're stepping forward slightly. That's it. And it's kind of hilarious too, because if that's it, there's a lot of moves that are 14 on block. And I'm trying to think of some as we speak. Like, for example, I want to swap characters to... Shit, I don't know any of Yoshimitsu's negative moves. I just don't use his negative moves. Like, that's the hilarious part. Kazuya.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's 17. Yep. I'm looking for 14. That's 12. That's 13. Yeah, get out the way. Okay, that's 15. No. Wait, I didn't have to fucking swap off in the first place, did I? That's actually tragic. Now I'm stuck here and doing this. There we go. That's twin pistons, isn't it? Yeah. So all we gotta do, take off all of these moves except for twin pistons. Alright. Okay. That's nice. If I press too early, I get launched. Wait, what? It's minus 12? Nah. That's crazy. Hold on. No. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. I'm doing something wrong. Okay, that's the move. There it is. So you can indeed punish 14 frame moves with it. You just have to be perfect. There you go. There. You can buffer the forward input while the second hit is hitting. You just have to wait for it to make contact first. But if you do it too soon, you get hit. Which is kind of hilarious. There. What? That didn't work? I'm messing up. No. But yeah, obviously you have to be perfect when punishing 14 frame moves. 16 frame moves is a lot easier because you can take your time. But that man's about to hit me, isn't it? Yup. So essentially, him having a move that is 14 frames startup is pretty nice. Pretty nice because it okay. I've probably said this so many times by now, but the barrier to launching someone normally is 15 frames. And 15 frames doesn't seem like a lot, but when being 1 frame off means that you can't launch or you can't punish something, frames matter a lot. If you're moving an ability or you're changing a move by 1 frame, that actually is massive because that changes what it can beat, that changes what you can use to follow up, that changes a lot of things to deal with it. Because if a move is a certain, like, let's say 10 frames, you can use it as your jab. You can use it to counteract other abilities. And if it's a launcher, then you can use what essentially you're using as your jab to counteract everybody else's move by launching them, so you kill them. And if that move, that's a 10 frame launcher, right, is also evasive, meaning no matter what, you can just EXDP, then the move is overpowered. So to balance it, they would remove its ability, like its evasiveness, right? But then again, it's a launcher. So you'd still be spamming it because it's a 10 frame launcher. So you would have to change it that it's slower because it's a launcher. Unless you remove the ability for it to launch, then it's just a regular jab. I'm just going to use my normal jab, won't I? Do you get what I'm saying? So for a move to be a launcher, it normally is 15 frames. And when it's not, for example with Raven, with his 13 frame counter hit launcher, like if they disrespect you, you send them flying, and that move is safe on block. It's his Wild Rising 2. If you press, when he presses it, you go flying. 2, if you don't, he's safe on block from it, so he just gets to test whether or not you're blocking for free, right? And he can enter into crouching state whenever he wants. He can always access Wild Rising. He has a crouch dash. He has like Soul Zone 4, which allows him to enter a crouch state very easily. Like, he has tons of things that let him do that. And he can always test, are you pressing? Are you pressing? Are you pressing? He can do that. He has tons of safe moves. But the problem is, you don't have to worry about a 13 frame launcher if you don't press. And I know it sounds like duh, but like, if you don't press, or you simply just aren't blocking, it's just gonna hit you, so it won't launch you. So on top of being a launcher, it's a counter hit launcher. So you have to be counter hit. Meaning there's been situations where a guy's simply just not blocking. He didn't press any buttons, he's just not blocking. I hit him with it. He doesn't go flying, and obviously it's on me to lab that situation more on what to do next. But it's like, oh, okay, I guess I keep jabbing now. Like, you've gotten damage, but it wasn't the damage you were hoping for. And if I was using the regular 14 frame launcher that he has from Wild Rising, then he would have went flying regardless of whether or not, you know what I mean? But it was unsafe on block. So I was playing the safe approach, and it just didn't favor me because I didn't take that risk. It's okay. So it has to counter hit to launch, and it's also from Wild Rising, meaning he has to go into Wild Rising. So that means even though it's a 13 frame launcher, the same quote unquote as a perfect electric, he can't punish things with a 13 frame launcher from standing because it's gate capped behind the crouching stance. Do you get what I'm saying? So he can't punish it because of the fact that to access the move he crouches, which would take longer than 13 frames. so he can't punish 13 frame moves with it. And all the moves that I'm thinking of that, like Soul Zone 4, I think that specifically makes someone go into crouching state, which is still good because it makes them slow. So like, essentially your 13 frame launcher, it is good, don't get me wrong, it is very good to have a 13 frame launcher that counter hits so you can frame trap people, right? But you can't use it while standing, and it's also bad because the frames they took off of that launcher, they gave it to his his standing launcher, because that's 16 frames. So he has a 16 frame standing launcher, meaning he can't use that launcher to launch 90% of the moves in the game. I shouldn't say 90, that's crazy. There's a select few moves that are commonly benchmarked at 15 to let you know that they're launchable, but you have to pay attention to launch them, right? Because you use your 15 frame launcher, you have to be perfect in your timing. He just can't launch them. I mean, as of patch 1.8, he can, because he has forward 4, but that one automatically tornadoes them. So I don't want to consider that, because, you know, you won't get as much of a long combo, or at least as far as I know. I don't know many Raven combos. So to have something that's a standing state launcher that's 14 frames, even though on 14 frame, like negative 14 moves, you'd have to do the execution perfectly, it still opens the window to learning the matchup and learning the timing to eventually do it. It gives you the opportunity to punish things where other people can't. Like a character like Reina, where she's negative 14 for one of her moves that's really fucking annoying. Like, hold on. Where's Reina?
Get ready for the next battle.
Like, Reina has a very, very, very annoying move, which, if I can find it, we'll do the normal one just so I can. Hold on, I'm looking. No, I wanted to do the one again. This is the one. I wanted to do this one again because I messed it up. No! Move on. I don't care. There we go. We launch those every time. Mishima 111 always gets launched. Don't care. Okay. So this move here is annoying because she often has like a whole spin thing she does. But for most characters, keep in mind I play Yoshimitsu, this is annoying because I do get a back to 2 off of it, don't get me wrong. So whenever she does it, now that I'm more prepped, I get a combo or like I get a mix up off of it. But imagine being Raven in this situation. She's doing this and you have to settle for a 4-2 into back turn for like mix up. You don't get a heat engager. Actually, hold on. I think Raven has a 14 frame heat engager, so if he wanted to get the health heal, he can. So Raven and Yoshimitsu are in the same bucket of like boat, where it's like, yeah, I don't get to combo you, but I do get like a mix up. I do get a heat engager, which, don't get me wrong, it isn't bad. But at the same time, it's like, I really just want to launch you. I'm not gonna lie, Chief. I really just want to launch you. I don't care about this heat engager. I just want to launch you, get my 80 damage, and walk away because this shit's annoying. And the thing is, I have less of an agitation with this move now because of the fact that I've like labbed it and I've seen that my character has an option to deal with it. But every time this move happens, I'm just like, I want to launch it. I'm so close, just one frame off from launching it. But now I can't. Okay, bro. Listen, this is supposed to be cinematic. This is supposed to be cathartic. And this is the recommended punish, which is crazy. There we go. So whenever she does the say, you gotta push into it. You gotta wait till it actually like hits you though. There we go. But yeah, like I always just want to like launch this every time I want to. And now I can with Bryan. And the thing is, all it took was just a couple of minutes. Like, this is the first time I've ever played Bryan. First time ever. And all it took was just like, what, an hour to like realize, hey, I have a 14 frame launcher. And I can use it to get rid of some of the most annoying fucking characters in the game. And the problem is that the punish window of 14 frames is not small enough that other characters don't have anything that they can't do about it. So essentially what's going to happen is that Arena, who is playing carefully, is almost never going to throw that move out unless she's just trying to test and see. And if I'm not on the ball, I'm not going to get the launch, right? But if I decide, fuck it, you know, heat engage, right? I have options. And everyone has options to deal with everyone. Everyone has like something that they can use to try to like fight back against the other person. Even when it's as bleak as like a Yoshimitsu versus what's the word? Or really just Eddie versus everybody. Eddie's terrible. Eddie's rough. And the reason I bring up like specifically Yoshimitsu versus Eddie is because in the matchup, I know that I don't know anything about Eddie, but I'm pretty sure there's tons of like points where Eddie could try to do some bullshit move where he just gets flashed and then comboed. Right? It's a tough matchup for me personally to fight Reina's as Yoshi. And specifically when I'm using like a flash, is because I'm not quite sure when I can interrupt it. But I feel like with Eddie's, it's just like, yeah, catch him doing some knowledge check bullshit, heat engage, and then eventually, you know, you can just flash them out of most things. And the truth is, I really don't care about like over flashing Eddie's because I know they're only playing the character to knowledge check. I don't want to say there's no knowledge checks on Yoshimitsu because that's just not true. Everything's a knowledge check, you just don't know. But I feel like one session in the lab would tell you, hey bro, that's not true at all, because I know for a fact that the system doesn't teach you when you can disrespect. The system doesn't teach you, hey, when Yoshi goes into Dragonfly stance, you can jab. When Reina goes into this stance, you can jab here, right? The system doesn't teach you that. You have to play the character and then, or like watch YouTube videos, or you have to, like the best way to figure out whether or not something works or not is to play the character yourself So that way, you'll fight someone and they go, nah, not dealing with that. And then they'll just juggle you out of Dragonfly. And then you'll like go, oh, okay, that's how it works. Now I know how to deal with every Yoshi that does this. And then you just keep doing the moves and the moves and the moves. So like that's why there'll be times where I'm facing other Yoshis and I'm like, oh, this feels very oppressive. This feels very like off. What do I do? And I just keep watching and watching. And then I go, okay, these are their habits. This is the stuff they like to do. And since I play Yoshi, I figure out what they do and how like to counter it. And it sounds like I'm overcomplicating it, but I'm truthfully not, bro. Like someone goes into Dragonfly stance, you drive them out. If they start doing the like 2-4, don't press anything. And then they're gonna land back on the ground. And then what now? Now we're back at neutral. He goes into it again, duck the second hit, and then like he's just free. Now back to the move list, because there's more like jet moves. We have Wedge Driver, which is kind of weird, I guess. A 23 frame. Is this what it's supposed to look like? No, it's not. I'm just not pressing it fast enough. It's 29 frames, and it's like a hatchet kick. Oh, okay, this is the part where the execution gets crazy, isn't it? So, that's a 14 frame advantage window. So does that mean I could technically like... No, right? Like there's no way? I'm not gonna be able to like imitate this stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Because I want to do that move into a 4-4-2, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to. Like only like a computer could be able to. So I'm gonna have to quick swap real quick. Because I need to see if this is possible. Like, will the system allow you to? And if so, where's Bryan at? Because humanly possible is one thing. I'll say that. Like, if it's humanly possible, that might have to be, like, the best of us. It might actually have to be the best of us. Like, defense... I can't combine shrieks in this. Oh, that's so bad. I forgot that they haven't made like a combo maker in this where you can make the bot do a full string. You have to be able to do the string in order for it to do it. So you do get guaranteed hits inside of this. Practice. Actually, that doesn't count either. Fuck. Okay, he's blocking. And he blocked that, even though I was spamming the button. So I don't think you do get the guaranteed hits out of it. I don't know. You can't just fake the spin. This is hilarious. You have back, back, back four, which is launchable, which is kind of hilarious that it keeps changing the frame data. If I'm close, it's extremely launchable. If I'm far, like, yeah, the farther away I am, the safer it is. So truthfully, I could be back here, and you can't launch me for it. Shit, since I'm on the, like, minus 11, that's genuinely crazy. We have 4 forward 3. There's just another like flying kick. It's whatever. Nope, not doing the Tekken combo. We have taunt. This gives you snake eyes. I heard this was on. Yeah, I heard this was an unblockable, and it is an unblockable. It gives you 34 advantage. Wait, no, it takes advantage. Okay. So it's 28 frame startup. Okay. We have Raw Rising 1, 15 frame, and I'm pretty sure this is the launcher. It's negative 14 on block. But yeah, this is a launcher. Raw Rising 2. It's not safe, but it's barely unsafe. Raw Rising 2 on hit, you can hold forward 2 or back to perfect input to power up. So what we're gonna do is have them unblock so I can test out this perfect input. What's the perfect input look like? Well, I'm giving up on that because I refuse to get gray hairs because of the Shabbat. We have Raw Rising 3, which is like a rising knee. Pseudo unsafe. We have this move is also unsafe, Raw Rising 3-4, but I'm guessing, this is a big guess, that once you try to interrupt, the second knee is gonna knock you down. Yeah. And I'm plus 30. Yeah, it's not enough though. There's too many recovery frames. Horizon 4, of course. We have crouching down. So it's basically crouch walk. So down, forward, 2, 1. Why does it glow? Like why does it glow? The first hit is safe. You can do this all day with no issue. Second hit is also safe, but like it's a high, so you can duck it. I think what's hilarious is for some reason it's like why do they make it make that sound? Why does it glow like that? Like it's glowing like it's unblockable, but it's like not. I don't know. It's okay though. A 15 frame mid that makes you exit crouching. So you can do this to get out of crouching quickly while putting your hitbox out there. Of course it's not safe, but at the same time, if they don't punish it, then you just get back up for free. We got sidestep 1, which is a spinning backhand at 17 frames. So what does that mean? What can I do for frame advantage? Nope. Nope. I'm trying to think of something for frame advantage because this is nice. Like sidestep moves is always nice, but sidestepping is usually on like a read, or you want to like have a counter hit sidestep because it's gonna knock down. And I'm gonna he's crouching, so it won't work. That's tragic. Even though I'm plus 15 because of the sidestep, what can I really do? You know what I mean? You can do that, but like I wonder how much damage that actually does. Like we're gonna have him stand block, try to punish. This is a terrible idea. We gotta make him do something slow. Of course. So it's gonna come out at 16 frames, so I should be able to sidestep in that time. Okay. It tracks? Yeah, that's terrible. That was a terrible idea. I don't know why I did that. We have another sidestep move. We have sidestep 2-1. It actually jails, so he can't respond to the second hit. Um, it's a heat engager too, which is actually pretty nice. And you're plus 17. So I wonder how much of that 17 is spent on me running it, to be honest. Now we're getting to the Snake Eyes portion, which kind of sucks because I don't remember any of the ways to get Snake Eyes besides Taunt. Alright, so during Snake Eyes, we have 1 + 2, 2. Am I doing something wrong? I still have Snake Eyes. Oh, I am doing something wrong. It's 3 + 4, not 1 + 2. Alright. 3 + 4, 2 consumes the Snake Eyes. Launches. It says consume Snake Eyes during heat, partially uses remaining heat time, chip damage on block. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to think about this move. Alright. '18-frame startup. Wall splats. Oh, I get it. Okay, so 3 + 4 normally is this, and it doesn't wall splat. But if it hits, like if it counter hits, you get a combo, right? Snake Eyes extends or adds new parts to the moves. Alright, so I'm not sure how I could confuse it for like a grab. Like why? Why? Alright, so we have the same move from before, but you just hold the 2. Which gives you a full combo. If I want to play Bryan, I might as well just have like that button bound or something. God damn. I think let me see. Controller setup. Am I using the left stick? I don't think I am. I don't think I ever used the left stick for anything. I'm gonna turn that off, and then I'm gonna have this be that, and then confirm and exit. So that way, I can always taunt. So we have another move during Snake Eyes. The thing is, I'm not going to remember all of this. I'm just going to remember like some of the core stuff, and then if I ever need to, I'll just refer back to like this video because there's a lot of things with very specific solutions to it. And I know the animations are all pretty unique in a sense, but at the same time, they're kind of almost all the same. Like, this is a very unique move. This is a very unique move. This is a very unique move. This is unique. Alright. This is unique. Like, I just need time to see them over and over again to really process and hold the counters. And I know I'm gonna look through the Snake Eyes list and do them a couple times and kind of remember generally what they do, but like not specifically, because I'm telling you, Snake Eyes is most definitely the buff state, like boss form Bryan. When he has Snake Eyes, he gets to do very unfair things because it's fair, because it's locked behind Snake Eyes. So we got 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. Whoa. Oh, okay, okay. That guy just died. He just died. I don't understand. So we're gonna put on block because I don't understand what I just saw. It's so fast, and all you get is a 10 frame punish from that too. That's +2. That's +10. That's +3. This is the safest as it can possibly be. And then at the end, you barely. Wait, can I even duck any of that? Now that I think about it. No, there's no highs in that. So we got Snake Eyes up 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 4. So 5 2s, which is +15. So you can still launch that. You just get more 2s this time. Because before it was 3, now you get 2. I mean, now you get 5. So Bryan pops this, he gets to go. And like, there's plenty of moves that can launch from that distance. So it's not even like it's resetting you to a safe space. The question is, can he still do the base version? Yeah, he can. And it's still launch punchable. So let's try that again. Oh, I don't have Snake Eyes. Okay, Chip. Maybe I just don't know the right combo to really get Chip. During Snake Eyes, forward 1 + 2. Consume Snake Eyes during heat, partially uses minute heat, trigger another block, has strong reversal effect. So I'm not sure what that means, reversal effect. I think that means like you can go through the other person's attack. I'm not quite sure. So +5 on block though, which is good. That means you can frame trap, obviously. So fastest response 10 frames, +5 15. That means you can technically, and this is real technically, right? This is real technically. You can pop Snake Eyes, forward forward 1+2. Oh, there's actually so much pushback, it doesn't matter that you're +5. In a situation like this, where you can push into the wall but there's nowhere to go, you can do forward 1+2, right? To get him here, and then forward back 2. Now, am I sure how possible this is? Not entirely. But since they're at 15 frames, you got 1 frame of leeway, so we're gonna try it. It works. It works. It actually works. Like, that's genuinely hilarious. Hold on. It just did a grab move. Oh. Why? Is it contextual based? What? Oh, that's bad. That's real bad. That's so bad. That, like, the combination of the buttons of 1, 4, and 3 still activate the grab, even though it's keybind. I don't understand why that would happen. So let's do it one more time. Oh, come on. Alright. Unblockable taunt. You gotta admit how crazy that is. You gotta admit it's clean. You have to, bruh. You have to admit it's clean. To even do 4 forward 1+2 into the launcher, into rage, is too nice. Because if it trades because you like do it like a frame too late and it matches up perfectly, then he still gets launched and you get to do your combo. If you beat him, then you know, you still get the combo. I think that is generally one of the cooler things I've seen. To be +5 on block. And that's a very specific situation to be +5 on block and then do a taunt upper. Like, and if like dude just stays blocking, it's safe on block too. You can always just fall back and Snake Eyes if you don't get an accidental grab for some reason. I don't understand why it's doing that. It's doing this grab here, right? It's doing this one because this is a 1+4 grab. But at the same time, I don't understand why it's doing that when I bound 3. When I bound 1, 3, and 4. Did I say 3+4? It's 1, It's a 1-3 grab, but it's bound with a 1, 3, and 4. Alright, we got the Slither Step, finally. Alright, Slither Step, which is quarter circle 2-1. 15 frame, it's unsafe. The first part is safe. And it traps him so he can't respond until after the first 2 hits. Then we have Slither 2, which doesn't trap him. And it's a counter hit knockdown. We got Slither 2-4, which also traps at 16 frame startup, 15 actually. We have Slither 4-1-2. That is a launcher actually. And you can cancel out of this into sidestep, but that's very execution like heavy. See? So you can like cancel into a sidestep and then do your sidestep move. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you can do your sidestep heat engager, so you can really just, assuming like they don't get counter hit by it. So we have an alternate version of the last one we just did. This one's a launcher. We have Slither 1+2, heat engager, safe on block. We have Sway, which is quarter circle in the other direction. So instead of being down, forward, down, and then just forward, so down, down, forward, forward. You just press those buttons in that order, so you get this. Sway is the exact opposite. So you do Sway 1, which is a charging move. It's a high at 13 frames. That's actually really good to have it at 13, because it's a low enough number that any addition of frames brings it into like the jab territory. Like if you're, for example, he just dies there because I have the counter hit thing on. I mean, I have the punish thing on, so he's trying to interrupt. But let's say he wasn't blocking and I was able to be +6. That means that this move specifically, this Sway, would instantly catch anyone trying to interrupt. So I'm just going to do standing, so it doesn't interrupt. So since he doesn't try, not that he doesn't try to interrupt, he's still on punish. It's just that the first hit guarantees the second hit, so he doesn't try to interrupt at the wrong moment and die for it. You know, we gotta protect people out here. So what we're gonna do is sway. You can always sway out of this, and then you can just come back in and launch him. Because since you're +6, you cannot respond fast enough. Right? Interage. So this being 13 startup is perfect. It makes it that if you do this on hit, they have to respect it. Because they just can't. They'll be frame trapped. They can't respond. Alright. And that's just death. Alright. Next one is sway 2 forward. Which trades. So that was a 15 move startup, right? So on the frame trap that I'm working with, oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. It's supposed to be. Alright. There we go. So I'm trying to see. I think it's at 16. Shit. I'm actually bad at this. 15. So sway 2 is 15 on startup. Right? And if you stop there, you're +6. But if you continue to string, you're +16. And then that come back. So it stops them and interrupts them. So again, fastest he can respond is 16. He's just 1 frame too slow to like interrupt. Alright. I'm just looking at the dude in the corner. He's supposed to be serving hot dogs. Why is he moving like that? He's moving so concerned. Like, does he got money on this? Like, nah, that's not I just bet on this face. That's a actually, why is he moving like that? It's like he wants to call the authorities. The cops are right there. In fact, I'm pretty sure the authorities is cheering me on in the back. Why is he so concerned? Is he? Hold on, let's get a better look. Let's get a better look. We're just gonna move on. Anyway, next one we have sway 3. So we're getting stopped because of the fact that the move is 23 frames. It's 23 is a bigger number, obviously, than 16. So we can't get off this move. If we were to turn off the punish and just make him stand block, this is what it looks like. It's a low kick. Or it looks like this. Alright. So it's actually 19 frames, not 23. So that means it's still just too slow to work. It's just 3 frames too slow. Alright, next one we have is sway 4, which looks like that. It's a launcher at 17 frames. So since we are +6 because of the frame trap we're choosing, that means that we're going to not be able to pull this off. We're going to get jabbed. Also, look at the range of this. And it picks him up. So you can definitely just whiff punish a lot with this. But anyway, back to the experiment. See? Even when I spam the move. Alright. So we're gonna do. For some reason, it's trading. I'm not sure why it's trading at 17 frames. He should be beating me. It's because, oh, when I hold back, it's giving me 17. I mean, it's giving me 7. So instead of being +6, I'm +7 because I'm transferring in this way. So when I do the move immediately, instead of the fastest response he can do being 16, it's 17, meaning we trade. But of course, I still win because he gets launched, and I get to like my combo or whatever. Of course, we have throws. Bryan doesn't have a throw game. These can be broken by either 1 or 2. Of course, there's the left and right side stuff where depending which side you're on, you know, that's the side you like press the button. So if you're on the right hand side, you use 2. If you're on the left hand side, you use 1. But if they're on your side, they're just gonna launch you. They're not gonna grab you. If they're behind you, you can't break it. Right, does a lot of damage. And then there's the 1+2 grab that everyone has. So he doesn't have a perfect throw game. He only has 1+2 or other button. So that's what you gotta deal with. While crouching. So he has a grab from crouch. So you can duck, grab. The thing is, I know if you see Bryan crouching, right, and then they grab you, it's like, oh, okay, that has to be that one thing. You can't grab from him. But what's this? So I could have sworn that like anyone could grab from crouch. I didn't like know this was a special command. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's a special amount. It's 11 frames. So, really, this is one of the fastest grabs in the game. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. He could duck a high and grab you before you can do your next move. This is really fast. Actually, I think the fastest grab in the game is like 10 frames. Like, as a response, he could use a grab. So imagine something that enters you into crouch state when you do it, and then you can immediately go for a grab. Raven has a grab from crouch as well. I just can't remember the same data for it. So maybe. Yeah, can he do it directly from crouch? I mean, directly from the crouch dash, which I'm assuming he can. Yeah. It's not even a side swap either. Alright, and then this is just a parry where you get to grab them. Oh! This is actually just a parry, like a true parry. Yeah, I'm not sure how to work out it. So this is a lot like Raven's parry. And you get snake eyes. That's actually nice. So I think a perfect example of a way to use this parry is Not that. You want him to be on block. And then we'll find a move. Like, you just want to find a move that, because I think it's like frame one. Frame one is active. So I'm just spamming it here while I'm +1. But if I'm -1, it also works. Like, this is actually pretty nice. I didn't know everybody had like parries like this. Because Yoshimitsu has a parry with his 1+2, right? The startup can't be one though. Like, Yoshimitsu has a parry where he doesn't, I don't know if he actually takes the damage, but it's from Kensho. When he presses Kensho at the same time that the opponent attacks, he falls from the sky and like knocks them down. You can actually, you can hit confirm the follow-up attack. See? You can visually confirm it. Alright. Maybe you can charge it. No. And it gives you snake eyes too, so of course you can do all types of crazy things. Like boop, 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 boop. And it wall splats? Bro, if I knew a combo, that'd be dirty. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so... Oh, this is that one thing that we are using before. So this is... Forward, forward, 1+2. I have snake eyes. I have that snake eyes. Alright, gave myself snake eyes. Alright. I have to time that with an opponent's attack. And how fast is snake eyes? I mean, how fast is that move again? 13. So that's 13 frames. I have to get advantage of more than 13 frames. No, I have to get an advantage so that if he's jabbing with a 10, I have to be an advantage of 2. No, that's not it. He just beats me slightly because it's 13 frames. I'm +1 because of like the jab. Maybe if I make him stop blocking, that could be +8. Oh, what was that? No, that's not it. He fights back. So if it's more than just a jab, punishment settings, punishment list. Fast attack mid. That has to be like 12 frames, right? No, that's just armored attack. Okay, that was so hard to see what was going on. I'm not gonna lie. So that's what a reversal break is. It essentially just overpowers the opponent. Like, technically, it was a situation where I was going to hit no matter what. Because his is like a 12, I think. Let's actually confirm. His display, opponent, frame information, show details, right? We're gonna have him jab. And I can't see that. I just need to see it one time. 13. So, truthfully, we can have him locked now, since it's 13. Activate Snake Edge, blah blah blah. One jab, he does a 13 frame move. Now what we're gonna do is jab. No, that's not it. I'm not doing the other 4-4 fast enough. We trade? We're not inputting it fast enough. That's just an armored attack. So, I don't understand. It's a reversal break, right? Which means I take a hit, but then I dish a hit back out. But if that's the case, what's the difference between this and armor? Well, I'm not gonna find that out tonight, or at least on this stream. That's been Bryan. That's been all his moves. There's been very good stuff. Safe heat engagers, armor, right? If I can do... Oh yeah, 12-4-6. Yeah, okay. Stuff like that. There's obviously the uppercut. There was the cool thing with taunt, right? Get snake eyes. And then 4-4-2. Oh, I messed it up. Right. We got 4-4, 1+2 into forward, back 2. Right. This is very cool because everyone's gonna want to press after Bryan just did like a massive move in their face, and then you can just clinch up the round with that. Then when someone's turtling, you just know you can just run in, and I'm not sure what you do. Maybe like that move. Maybe if they try to press there, they die, but other than that, like, there's cool stuff here. Like, safe, high armor, you know, stuff that forces crouch, the knee of death, like, oh yeah, that's definitely no end. What we're gonna do is turn off your block so I can be +8 for this. But the knee of death combos, a bunch of strings, especially that one being particularly safe. the first part of it killing, the second part of it killing, that being a launcher. That being the launch I was talking about. The snake eye move where you get a bunch of punches. I need to. There's a knee afterwards that I'm just not able to get right now. Obviously this orbital kick is really nice. All in all, his move list is a lot smaller than I thought it would be. And there was a bunch of redundancy in there too, if you think about it. Like, the entire heat engager list is nothing but redundancy. Like, it's like, hey, these are the heat engagers in the list you're about to read. Here's the cliff notes if you want, like, these heat engagers so you can be aggressive. And then it lists all the moves, including those heat engagers it just listed. And then there's, like, the section on, like, snake eye moves, where it's basically the same moves you were doing before, just altered a little bit. Stuff like that. There was supposed to be something called Taunt Jet Upper, and I think I may have done it already, because I remember doing a taunt move. Yeah, Jet Uppercut, taunt. So if we have punish off, I wonder what that means. Like, does that mean? Because you don't have any advantage whenever you do taunt. You actually lose advantage. Wait, is it like a cancel? Oh. Oh, that's not too hard. You just use the forward. You have to do 2 forwards. Yeah. Well, enough of that. I'm gonna go watch some Bryan videos, learn about some of his combos, so I can see more of his movesets. I suggest all of you go through and look at this and figure out which moves specifically have highs, which counter hits, because again, the move list is very small. Like, first 4, bullshit. Like, this is just like, what can you do, right? From 5 to 11, and hell, 12, all of this bullshit. It's just stuff you're gonna see later on, right? It's stuff that, like, isn't really even needed to be seen. I guess it's there for cliff notes, but this really doesn't feel like part of its move list. It just feels like redundancy, right? Then obviously Rage Art is just to show you how to do Rage Art. Everyone's Rage Art is the same in this game, for simplicity's sake. We got a tons of real moves starting from here, and we went through all of these, right? But like this, you're not using that. This, you're not using that. And I immediately spotted these from how ridiculously long these are, right? Taunt you're gonna use, yeah. Key charge maybe if you're toxic. While rising, like, of course, here's some of the good stuff, the side steps, right? Then there's just like, and think about it, we're pretty much done with the list already. We're done with the list because there's no back turn stance. The only two stances are sway and slither. Think about it. Those are the only two stances. And then there's a modifier if you have snake eyes. So I'm used to playing characters like Raven, who has back turn, who has soul zone, who has shadow sprint. That's 3 stances, right? Then he has all his moves. So like with all of that together, that's easily like 140 moves, right? And then this stuff here about low parry is just like system mechanics, and like the grab is also system mechanics that are universal. So it feels like part of this is overly long, like you didn't need to. Know what I mean? Would I want them to like snip it down? No, but what I'm saying is, essentially, there's parts of this move list that you won't see, and even if you do see, like Snake Edge, you're gonna see. Wolf's Tail, if you do, so what? Like, all you have to know is what moves are punishable or which moves can be ducked, and everything else should be void. And I genuinely mean that. That's one of the definitive things I can say. Everything else can be void because you can go, oh, I don't know what that is, and I know all the punishable moves, and I know all of the moves that are steppable, and I know all the moves that are duckable, and I know the variations that could catch me for trying to do that, and I know all the options from the stances because those are important for mix-ups, and I know what I can and can't beat. So I don't know what that move is. It must be fucking irrelevant. Wedge driver, this isn't an irrelevant move because it does like hit hard. Delayed rising toe kick, if you see someone jump, you're gonna want to like punch them, and if you get hit in the face, you're just gonna go, "Oh, that's a basic toe kick." You're not gonna go, "Oh, I gotta go lab that." It's like, nah, you don't even need to worry about some of this, bruh. Like, what is rolling driver? This move is cool. All right, it's safe on block. That's something you need to remember. Is it really something you need to remember? No, not really. But if from the perspective of like a Bryan player, yes. From everyone else, no. Wanna know why? All you have to do is go, oh, that thing there, yeah, that's just safe. That's not on the list of moves that I can fuck up for doing it. See how well that works? To be like, yeah, I don't recognize the move, or it's not one of the punishable ones, so I don't care. And you can be like, oh, what about this? Well, I've seen it now. I'm not gonna die to it anymore. And then, like, they're just gonna punch you for it. Other than that, I gotta say goodnight, because I do have to work tomorrow. And I am getting tired. I think next, just so I can get him out the way. Bryan's been cool, but I'm making my rounds to each character. I just did Kuma today or yesterday. I think today. And I don't want to do Panda, but I want to do Panda. Because I've seen some like cool videos of Panda and like her doing shit, so I kind of want to mess with that. I kind of want to do Yoshimitsu, but I feel like it would be almost a waste because I can always just go through and look at my own move list, and besides, it's one of like the most played characters right now, so I'm gonna run into other Yoshimitsus. And to be fair, I'm never ever going to go to the lab and be like, oh, why did I lose to this Yoshimitsu? right? I'm just gonna go, oh, he played better than me, or oh, I was playing like a dickhead. Because I've played Yoshimitsu so much, and I'm not saying I know all the moves. I'm not saying I'm even like that good. I can just say that if I don't recognize something, or he does like the, for example, Yoshimitsu in crouch can do crouch walk 1+4 to do like an uppercutting move that's like 20 plus frames that launches. He can do that same move, but with the Tekken 7 execution from while he's standing already, like from standing guard. Alright? So when he's standing up, he can do the old like execution, which I believe is forward. I think it's like forward, diagonal, down, button, or down, diagonal, forward. Basically like an electric inputs. I think it was something weird. It was like down, diagonal, forward. I don't know. Like diagonal, down, forward. I think it was. So diagonal, down, forward, 2. It requires some skill to do from standing. Is what I'm trying to get to the point across. So if I see the move from standing, and I see like, oh, that guy just did that move. That was impressive. I'm gonna try to add that to my repertoire. If I lose to a Zayu, I'm gonna go, I just got cheesed because I'm getting knowledge checks and I don't feel like labbing Zayu. So essentially, I'm not going to do Yoshimitsu because the question or the problem or whatever is going on is apparent and I don't need to lab him. It'd be something like if I fought a Raven and he was doing something that like, oh, I never thought to even do that setup, right? I would understand the setup just by looking at it. I would understand that like, hey, something's wrong here. And maybe I'll go to the lab and like, hey, what was the frame data like? But I wouldn't have to like deep dive into the move list. For characters like, I don't know, Nina, I have no clue what Nina has going on. None. King, I'm lost. So when we make our way around the entire list, right, except for Eddie and Lydia, fuck those two. I'm not paying money to lab a character I barely play. Alright. So when I make my way around the list, I'll double back for the characters I play and do like an actual deep dive into their move list, because this is just going through and doing them to see what the strings are, mid, high, low, right? Talking about how they could be useful. I think genuinely, by the time I get back to Yoshimitsu and Raven, I want to be able to tell you, hey, statistically, this move is bullshit. You're never going to use it. But if you had to use it in a mix-up, here's the best way to do it. That's what I would want to be able to do. But I'm going to sleep. But I'm going to sleep, if you didn't hear me.